Greetings and salutations, everybody. My name is Rick. I am the Loophole King, and welcome to Oblivion Unchained, episode 14. This is pretty awesome. We're going to get right down to role playing because these guys are itching to test out some of their new skills and powers. They leveled up at the end of last session, so we're going to see what kind of damage they can get into. So, that being said, if you guys want to introduce your characters, Manam?
Hello, this is Manam Muhammad Salama. I play Orient, the Triton. I still have problem with the pronunciation. The Triton. He's
You got it.
he's warlord. He have some new things happen to him, and he have few things crazy happen to him last few weeks. So we're gonna see what's happened.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hello, I'm Robert. I play Leon the Leonin fighter. Just a fighter likes to run in first, and we ended last session. He was running straight at a big scary monster.
Sai?
Hi, I'm Sai. I'm playing Echo Hemlock, and I'm trying very hard not to get squished by a big angrily armoured beastie.
And I'm David. I'm playing Dan, the Verdan Warlock, who's now multiclassed, and I will leave it as a reveal of what I have multiclassed into. Dan's been going through some pretty significant changes in the past couple of episodes, including having changed from male to female, and is still kind of processing that. But we don't have time for that because a graboid from Tremors has attacked, so...
Yep. Sorry, it's a little loud. My bad. Turn this down some. Is that better? It's like it was loud in my ear, and then all of a sudden it's not loud. So.
That's good.
All right. And as always, my name is Rick. I'm the Loophole King. I will be your DM today. And yes, when we last left our party, it was starting to get nighttime, and they were out looking for some of their friends and whatnot, double checking the route, and they happened upon a grab boy, basically. So we're going to go ahead and put everybody on initiative. Here, let me do this. There we go. And put everybody on there.
Let me just... Where's my initiative? Where is... Can't find my initiative on the new character sheet.
You can just go. You can do it on the
Right, okay. Just do it
on the combat tracker.
Right.
And are you just gonna have Dada work on go on yours, David?
I think specifically you're actually supposed to roll initiative for the familiar, but the hound goes on my turn of initiative, so I think Shavara should be at 2.
Okay.
And then it's whether Dada's gonna
So
roll
I can set
again, or just take the 17 that Shavara rolled.
Oh, here. Let's do this. I'll roll for Dada, and then reset his to 17. All right. Then we begin combat with Orient. This giant monster basically starts burrowing out of the ground. We'll show everybody the picture here real quick so everybody can get a nice horrible picture of what this looks like.
No, I don't want to see it.
There it is.
Ah!
That's what you see come barreling up out of the ground.
Shit.
As Renata screams in horror. Ah!
That's not ideal.
Orient will he will run and stop, look to Leon and see him not moving. Leon, what you doing? Move! And I will give him my turn.
Oh, okay. So you are going to switch your. Leon has a 7, so you go to. Orient goes to 7. And Leon goes to
22.
22. That's such a cool ability.
Yeah, I'm appreciating it right now. Nice.
Leon, it's your turn.
All right, Leon doesn't need to be told twice. I will run up. I will get within 5 feet. Bonus action, daunting roar. Action, attack.
Bonus action, Daunting Roar. So let's start with the Daunting Roar.
Go for it, dude.
Okay, why is it not letting me roll it? It's a wisdom save or frightened versus my strength plus 8 plus proc.
And why isn't it? Let's see here. It
I
says.
think it didn't reset on my last short rest.
Oh. Did you not?
Yeah, I had to recharge the useless.
Here, I'll do this. Okay, now you have it back. There you go.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
So it makes a saving throw. Your DC is.
DC 17, I believe. No, 15. Sorry.
And it makes a wisdom save. It fails.
All right, frightened until the next round. And 2 glaive attacks. First one, I will try a bell ringer on it.
Okay.
All right, so probably misses.
Yes, that misses.
All right, extra attack, same thing.
That one hits.
All right, so that's a con save.
You and your saving throws.
I know. I'm just a fighter, though.
I got a 13.
All right, so that is paralyzed.
Oh. Frightened and paralyzed.
Yeah, that seems like a good place to action surge. So 2 more glaive attacks.
Hold on, let me get paralyzed on here. Do you have it targeted?
I do now.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, ready for 2 more?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't roll for damage for that first one.
Okay, so yeah.
They both hit, so you get 3 rolls for damage. Oof. 27, 33. Right?
Yep, 33. And are you counting the paralyzed hits as critical?
Yeah. So it would be
20 more. Adding a full damage dice for each.
Yeah. So 53.
Yep, and that's literally everything Leon can do ever. End of turn.
All right. Dada's turn.
So Dada is gonna see this thing and just flutter around Dan's head a little bit and use an action to turn invisible.
Okay. I actually have that. Ta-da! Now he's invisible. And then my turn. So I get a saving throw, or
For frightened is till the end of its turn, I believe.
Frightened just till
Oh yeah,
it's
paralyzed.
paralyzed.
Yeah, so it's no longer frightened because it's the end of its turn, right?
That's wrong one. There it is.
Bell ringer. Make another con save. Okay, cool. At the end of its turns. So, Constitution saving throw 19. It is no longer paralyzed.
Okay.
So, at the end of its turn, it is no longer frightened or paralyzed.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't get to do anything.
Nope.
Renata's turn. She will shriek horribly, and then stop that. Stop that. Ooh. What is it doing? Why is it doing it? Sorry. It targeted, like... The game just freaked out on me. Okay. I wanted to target that, so let's just use Renata. Why is it not giving me her character sheet? What happened? Like, seriously. Okay, let me replace her token here. That's fine. I'll just use this sheet. She is going to cast that. She casts Web Bolt at it.
Oh, nice.
So you see her hurl a grayish ball at it. She rolls to hit and misses. It goes slamming into the rock, and you see it form a little web that sticks to the rock. And that's her turn, because she's a mage and she does nothing else. Echo.
The first thing I'm going to do is use my bonus action to do this. That uses one of my bardic inspirations, which is one of those.
Okay, so the next time it rolls...
So I know I now roll a d8, 2. So the next time it rolls a saving throw,
it loses 2.
It minuses 2 off the saving throw.
Sure.
Okay, and then my action is to cast that.
60 feet. Are you within 60 feet? You're definitely within 60 feet. Distant Whispers.
And I cast it at second. So I cast it at second level.
Okay. It doesn't change the saving throw.
Nope.
Which is...
Saving throw on my spell effects is... DC...
Oh, it rolled a 9, 15. So roll for damage.
Okay, it's a DC 15, I believe.
Okay, so you're going to do 46.
Yeah, so 15 points of damage. Psychic damage.
Okay. This goes to... And it immediately uses this reaction for its speed. And it will burrow into the ground.
Does burrowing prevent opportunity attack?
No.
Good luck, sir.
Nah.
Unlucky.
Alright. Orient. It's your turn.
Orient will stand near Leon, and he will hold the action. If that thing come out, he will attack him with his dagger.
Okay. Dan.
Don't worry, Renata. I'll keep an eye out and we'll keep you safe. I'm just gonna like pat Shavara's head as this horrible monstrous hound is just growling and sniffing at the air, trying to get a scent of this thing. And Dan's gonna have his quarterstaff and the mummified hand ready to cast a decaying veil if this thing reappears.
Okay. Shavara can track it if you would like her to.
Yes, please.
Okay.
That would be useful because
So if you can give me a survival check for Shavara.
Would it be perception?
Yes,
Because
it's perception. I'm sorry. Yes, it's perception.
Because keen hearing and smell.
Yeah.
So try
Yeah.
to sniff out the scent, so
Yeah.
it would be with advantage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So Shavara makes her way, or first she went 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Nice roll.
40. So Shavara ends up here.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of running away. Makes sense.
So Dan's gonna say to Renata stick with Echo. She'll keep you safe. We'll track this thing down, and then dart after Shavara and just smile at Leon and Orion as she sort of passes it just for her. I think Shavara found the scent. It must be this way.
Okay, so that's Shavara. Back up to Leon.
So the burrowing it did not leave the tunnel.
No, it does not.
It's disappointing. All right, because Leon would totally run underground after it.
Oh, of course he would. Because that's how Leon rolls, right?
Yeah, I guess I will just key off of Shavana and hold an action to attack.
Okay. Next we go to Dada, who's invisible and will... Oh, sorry. I tried to put a light on him for no reason whatsoever. Dada will follow you, Dan, at a distance.
No, trying to stay relatively close, just trying to be protective. If this thing pops back up and looks like it's going to take an attack on Dan, then Dada is going to use his once per day scare ability.
Yeah. So, all right. This thing's turn. It will.
Mm-hmm.
It will use 10 feet of its movement to come up here. And then, because Leon's the one that hit it, it will move 5, 10, 15, and then it will... Oh, wait, sorry. It comes up here and then leaps at Leon.
Yeah. All right. I take a swing at it as it's about to land on me.
Okay. So roll to hit.
Yeah, 19 for 7 damage.
Okay, that hits. Took 7. Goes to 8. So it lands on you. You need to make a strength or dex save, your choice. On a success, you take half damage and aren't prone, and you're pushed 5 feet out of its space as it landed where you were. But you do take half of this, so you take 16 points of bludgeoning and slashing damage as this thing basically leapt at you, landed on top of you, and knocked you back. you could feel that had you not gained your balance, like had you not had your glaive up and hit it, it would have driven you straight to the ground and be sitting on top of your chest right now.
Right.
Which probably wouldn't be a bad thing.
Does Dan's prepared cantrip go off now that the things
Yes.
are dead?
Yes. And it needs to make a con save again.
2d6, nice.
And it fails.
It did a little damage.
Yeah, you did a little damage. Now it's Renata who sees that Dan is running forward, so she will move up right behind Orient. And then she will use a... Let me see. Is this... Let's try to make sure she's in range for this one. She needs to be next to Orient. So she will move up one more square. Here. And then you see her cast... well, Echo and Orient, you see her casting a spell. If you would like to make an Arcana check to do it.
Yeah, sure.
As you see her, she's casting with one hand and you see her like swing her dagger out in front of her.
19.
You see this. You know she did that. Orient, you do not. And it needs to make an intelligence saving throw, which I don't think it can. No, it can't. So it takes D4. Plus 3. So it takes, and as you see her cast this, Echo, you see, and everybody sees like this mirage image of Renata standing next to this thing. Her dagger shoots out, and the thing screams in pain, and then the mirage disappears.
Leon's very confused.
Yeah, you just see like this little ghostly form of Renata appear right next to the boule, stab it, hit it, and then it disappears. Echo, it's your turn. Sai.
Sorry, it won't seem to let me move my token for some reason.
How's that? Did that fix
There
it?
we go. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, see if you can move it.
Okay, I can't, no. I was going to move...
Alright, hold on a second. I'm going to delete your token and put you back. There you go. And you had a...
I was on at 11.
an 11. There you
Yeah.
go. Okay, let's see if you can move that one.
Nope.
Is your permissions off again?
Do you want me, should I relog in?
No, hold on a second. Let's save these changes and then go back and put you back as the owner. Okay, see if that helped.
No. Okay, just for the time being,
Yep.
put me in the square that's between
There.
Renata and perfect. I'm going to turn around to Renata as a kind of free action and say, young lady, stay behind me, we'll protect you. I'm then going to use, I'm going to cast this. I think it's that one. Yep, that one. And I'm going to hand out a Bardic Inspiration dice to the Orient and Leon.
Well, you get 4.
In which case, I'll hand out the last one to Renata.
Okay. So we will use. Oh wait, there is one for it. Where is it? Bardic Inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I got new. I got a new mod that allows me to apply all this kind of stuff straight up. So, if you can see it, it shows up in the chats that everybody has there.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Renata has it as well, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
My bonus action. Yeah, that's me.
Hold on a second. Echo, try to move now.
Nope, still can't do anything.
Okay.
Move used
We'll
to be-
worry about it. We'll worry about it after the combat.
Yeah. Orient?
Orient to start running. Try, like corner this beast,
Okay.
taking his dagger, and stab at him.
Okay. You
Forehead.
hit.
And because the 5 feet
Yep.
additional,
So 10 points of damage. And go ahead and roll me another d4. You gain 2 temporary hit points. As Orient runs up and you see the dagger shoot out, Orient stabs this thing, twists this knife a little bit, and pull it back out. As he pulls it out, you can see, Dan, you notice this fairly decently. It's necrotic energy, which kind of siphons out of the boule into the dagger.
and you see this time, like, he's not swinging, he is taking his time, and like between the soft part of this big beast, he stab at it, like try to make sure he hit it and like what it hurt.
Yeah.
And I will make a investigation, a bonus action.
Okay.
I will use tactical insight and
So it's
investigation.
versus its deception. It got a 1. So, which one are you using?
Yeah, I will use what is it? Yeah, outwit respawn. So
Yeah. So it gets no reactions.
yeah, so we get no reaction if no one move.
Yeah.
Like if anyone try to run, like I will turn. If anyone to move back, you can move, and end my turn.
Okay. Dan. This thing looks really bad off. Like after Orient's strike and Leon punching it a couple times, and you guys look like you've done quite a bit of damage to this thing.
Stan's just gonna like twirl the quarterstaff and go, guess that's my cue, and use Grim Scythe.
Mm-hmm.
Just like rushes into range, just trying to take a crack down on this thing.
All right.
Save some leather. I want some boots.
Okay, so move up to it. Right as you get there, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh dear.
So, Dan, you run up, you activate your scythe, You run up, and just as you start to get there, you can feel your knees kind of buckle a little bit, and your shoulders start to hurt, and the back of your head is throbbing in pain. You have disadvantage on this attack.
Just gonna like grit my teeth and just like reach out more to the voice of the patron and just be like, please help me hit. So I had this attack set up. Let me check.
I think you still have it on movement.
Nice.
2 14s.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, you hit.
Your patron is with you this time.
Yeah, don't forget Bardic. You've got a D8 Bardic Inspiration.
Are we using the variant rules where I can apply that to damage?
I think hers you can add to damage, can't you? Echo?
I'm not sure. Traditionally, bards.
Because that's it's typically the Valabard school, but then the Toshas put out the variant rule where you can use Bardic Inspiration in different ways, and so it's basically DM's call of whether I'm allowed to apply a Bardic Inspiration to damage or not.
Yeah, for this I'll say yeah. Since you called out to your patron.
So it would be a D8 at this point?
Yeah, another D8.
So 10 points of necrotic damage.
It is dead. As Dan swings this scythe, you see Dan aching in pain, kind of closes his eyes for a second, swings this scythe down, and you see it just tear through this thing. You were out of combat.
Excellent. I'll quickly note around. Does anybody look injured at all?
I took a punch, but I'm gonna shake it off here real quick.
Yeah, Leon's about the only one.
Well, let me know if that doesn't get you back up to full.
Not quite to full, but I'm not bad.
How far off are you, mate?
About 7 off.
Okay, we'll ping you over a quick healing word then. All right. Yeah.
We need to be careful more. I believe we are still not safe. Looking to Leon.
Well, surely this thing is big enough to scare off any other threats.
5 more hit points back, Leon.
Thank you.
Renan is like, that's a boulet. Oh my gosh, that's
A boulet.
a boulet. They're land sharks. Like, those are dangerous. Like, super dangerous.
Can somebody skin some of it? I really want some boots made out of this guy.
Yeah, Dan has sort of like collapsed to his knees. It's like rubbing at his shoulder blades, the joints where like there's still this ache running through him, and with his other hand is just like reaching out to try to grab Shavara's scruff, because the hound has basically gone in and just started ripping and tearing into this thing's flesh, even though it's dead, and has started tearing off like scales, armor plating.
Yeah.
Orion, if you wanted some more fibers, these would probably work, right?
I will go to Dan and give him like a hand, like I'm not sure I'll say it like I'll offer him a hand to help him to stand up. No need. I no longer need wish to any tissue. Actually, I changed my mind.
Quick question, folks. Has anyone ever eaten one of these? mean, what do they taste like? We could just take this one back and use this as the food source.
I'm willing to find out. But maybe
Are you asking us or asking that small one
I'm,
here?
I'm, I'm asking everybody, including Renata.
I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't recall anybody saying that they've eaten one. Most people avoid them because they're like dangerous and normally only like heroes and seasoned adventurers can take one out. So,
I mean, to be fair, I mean, traditionally predators tend not to taste very good. It generally tends to be the prey that is annoying.
well, yes, but
If I remember.
if you want, we can just carry it back to the boat and we can examine it and do all that there.
I think it would be a good idea. We came back to go and pick up the carcasses of the boar that we dropped. So if we were looking for a food source, this is a big enough food source to feed everybody. I'm just wondering whether or not it's edible or not. But we should take it back. We should take it back to the
Well,
boat.
Shavara seems to think it's tasty.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be. Generally, I'm not going to take my sense of taste from a skull-faced dog.
That's so yeah, you guys managed to, with enough of the amount of people that are here, I do believe you could carry this thing back. It is quite hefty, considering it's armor plated.
Sure. Can we maybe we can skin it and then quarter it or something on the beach?
No, it's going to take like 2 hours for you to skin this thing. Like, Leon is eyeballing this, and he's like, yeah, this is going to take a while. Those things are, like, these plates are, like, overlapping, and there's a lot of work to be done with this thing.
Sure, but is there any reason why we can't take the 2 hours in order to do it, whilst some of the rest of us go back and grab the board as
the
a
first
bait?
mate trying to leave us behind.
Don't worry, the first mate isn't going anywhere, are you?
He's not there.
Where is he? I
They're
did
at-
charm him, didn't I?
But they're at the boat waiting on you.
Yeah, no. I'm saying let's go back to the boat, grab a few people, then everybody drags this thing back, and we can then proceed from there.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I was saying. It's like you guys can get this onto the boat and get it out to the ship. You guys can do all that at the ship. You don't have to do it here in the dark, out in the open forest. That's what I was saying.
In which case, let's go. Let's go. I'm say to Renata and Seb. Well, let's go back. Let's go back down to the boats and find some burly fellows to do some dragging.
Okay, so you guys head back to the ruins here.
The dust has settled a bit. Does Leon think to himself, does this creature look like it's the one that that was sneaking up on us last time and taking out some of the crewmen?
This thing was not quiet. This was not a quiet animal in any way, shape, or form.
All right, what can I roll to see if Leon makes that connection?
Give me a survival check.
This is the culprit. Here's the solved, everybody.
Yeah, that's
I mean, to be fair, you do still have a bardic inspiration. You could
Yeah.
apply that.
Yes.
I don't need it.
Yes. Well, no. Technically, you can apply it. It's going to go away if you don't use it, so you might as well use it.
So I'll roll D8. It's a 10. So an 8 total.
You're not sure. Like, maybe it was doing it from underground. That's why you didn't see it. That could explain it.
Okay, yeah, so maybe this was it, but it wasn't displaying the same traits it did the second time we saw it.
No. But, you know.
Looking to Leon. Was there something, Leon?
Yes?
Now you see him looking to this beast.
Oh no! Like the first time we saw it when we were carrying the boars, it was moving really fast and quiet. It must have been doing all that underground. The second time we saw it, didn't bother with the stealth at all.
I don't think so. They are the same.
Why? I mean, so there's two horrible
Because
attacking us?
I believe they're different. That thing that attack you are very different thing because if I remember, I heard you when I heard you shot. When heard you roar, I come and I didn't see any ground being tunnel up or anything because this creature can tunnel up, and I believe you have the perception to see that. And you said something. You said a shadow. That thing is big to be a shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of large.
So no, it's different.
We're on our way. Who says we'll ever be back here again? Let's just put it behind us and move on.
So 6 of you can fit in the boat.
How many of the creatures are we bringing back? 'Cause we had two giant boars, an elk, and the bull.
Well,
Several trips.
it's going to take you 2 trips.
Okay.
The first mate is willing to help because Echo asked him to. And Shavara is big enough that you can tie a rope around the elk and she can drag one of them.
Okay.
If
I will
Dan will allow that. That's
I'm just checking the actual length of the spell. It's
like an hour,
yeah,
isn't it?
10 minutes.
Oh, it's 10 minutes.
Probably Jirara would be on like that end points, maybe just like
Yeah.
enough time to drag something back, and then
Mhm.
would like fade back into a cloud
Yeah.
of smoke that would have done to the little spell focus. So
Yeah, she manages to get. You guys spend. It takes you about 45 minutes because it takes the 3 big ones, the 3 big ones of you guys, you and Orient and the first mate to drag this boule back, and you're dragging it. This is not something you guys are hefting on a big stick. You guys are literally, tying ropes. You tied some ropes around it, and you're just. This is just sheer force dragging this back to here. The boars are still on the stick, so you guys can grab those very easily, and Shavara drags the elk back. So you guys have plenty of food. Like I said, you're probably going to have to make a couple of trips in the boat.
Yeah, Leon will wait and be on the last boat to go.
Orient will help with that.
So who's going to ride? 2 people can go on the boat right now. Or you can put 2 people in one of the boar. You can put the 3 people that are on there in one of the boars.
I will
Well,
stay.
I mean, I'll go on the boat. I'll go on the first boat because I'll need to be on the boat to tell people how to pack it away properly.
Okay. So you guys go. Echo is on the boat. So we'll move Echo to the boat. We'll move this guy to the boat. Move this person to the boat. Move this person to the boat. The boat returns with 2 more bosuns on it. Basically 2 knuckleheads that are rowing. You guys throw on the boule. And Leon goes with them and helps them load it onto the ship and then rows back. And then everybody else, and you throw in the boars. And Dan can, everybody else can go with you. So again, this is going to take about an hour and a half to 2 hours because you're rowing. So you all end up on the Emerald Scale. Put you guys here. There's Orient, and Leon, Dan, and Dada, and Echo. So there you guys go. You are now aboard here's the shippy sounds. You guys are now aboard the Emerald Scale. You guys have all your food. Echo, you managed to get them to load that stuff down. They're pretty handy at loading and unloading stuff.
Perfect.
So they managed to get all that stuff in there. They will need somebody to help them skin these things because they're not used to having stuff so big. Is that something you'd like to do, Leon? Or
Yeah, I'll help him out on that.
okay. So
I'd like to ask Leon, and if he can cut me a couple of 2-foot squares off the softer underbelly of the boule, and skin those down for leather.
Sure thing, boss lady.
Well,
yeah.
thank you very much. And I pat him on the cheek and go back to the kitchen.
Okay. So you're down
Dan is
below.
just gonna like hover slightly behind, watching Leon work, and just like take out his little knife and just sort of see about trying to prise some of the armor plates loose. Just seeing if there could be the sort of material component we could take to an armorer and see about getting like crafted into something that Dan might be able to wear.
Oh yes, this can definitely be turned into armor. Renata brings back this little book, and she's like showing you Dan. She's like, look. You can turn this into a shield. You can turn this piece into armor. You can turn all in armor, and you can have this. And she's showing you basically this big diagram of the boule, and how to take it apart, and how the pieces are used from one of her books. With that book, Leon, and the help that you're getting from everybody else, there is no issue with getting the scales off. There's no issue with getting the meat harvested and anything like that.
Dan is going to pointedly feign some difficulty in prizing some of these armor plates loose with his little knife.
Mm-hmm.
And just look across to Orient and be like, oh, do you think that your dagger would maybe be more useful for this? I mean, it seemed very sharp.
Looking to my dagger. I'm sorry, fella. Let me help you with different weapons. And I will take out my sword. Let me try with my sword. And I will put my dagger aside. And that's help Dan with skinning the bullet.
It's really hard to do with a sword. Like the swords are not made for skinning. You start on it, and Leon stops you. And you're like, dude, you're gonna.
You're embarrassing me in front of the sailors.
Whilst Orient is doing that, I'm going to take Dan to one side and say, no. When you want them to do that, what you do is you turn your head and feel it this way and put your hip out a little bit more. Give them a nice smile. It works much better. Trust me.
And the Orient it seems
My dear,
doesn't work.
smile, not grimace. Smile.
Orient will stand up, put his sword aside. Sim doesn't work. I'm sorry, fella. And he will leave.
Well, while Orient's leaving, Leon goes, hey, Orient. Does Orient turn around?
I'm standing waiting for what do you want?
Leon has grabbed the top and bottom of the boulet's jaw and is moving it like he's talking. He's like, hey, Orient, I'm a boulet.
I'm continue walking.
Sai, get an inspiration for that, by the way.
Thank you.
Because just nonchalantly, no, dear, this is how.
There's a new rule book for Dan.
So the first mate comes down, Echo. It's like, do you have everything you need?
I think so for the time being. I assume it's a fairly small galley with the usual kind of.
Yeah. It's rudimentary.
Okay, and I said no problem. Once my Leonid friend has finished butchering the animals, if you could bring me down a large haunch from the boar, I'll get something on for this evening's meal.
Oh, yeah, sure. And he heads off with a smile and a little twinkle in his eye because you talk to him.
I've instantly forgotten who he is.
Oh, of course you have. One of the deckhands comes by and says, "When I'm supposed to show you to your cabins, or well, what passes for cabins. Follow me."
Okay.
Dan is going to look at this deckhand and like think about it for a second, and then try to smile in the way that Echo has been suggesting, and still just like absolutely grimace at this guy.
Okay. This is it's a female. This is the picture.
Dan has proven in the past that he genuinely cannot tell the difference.
Yes. All bipeds look the same. To Dan.
No. To be fair, he's good at telling who are goblins and who are not goblins.
Yeah, there's two categories. So she kind of looks at Dan and then looks at the rest of you and it's like, here.
No.
And,
No. Don't worry, dear. Just.
So she walks you down to one end and points, and there's basically a large open space with a couple of half asleep gentlemen. Like, you two will stay here. You two follow me. And she gets you down. You go down a little bit further, and there's just a smaller space. And these are just like hammocks and some bedrolls laid out. And just, you two will be in here.
Leon calls
Okay.
Punk and hops into the hammock.
Very mature. And looking at him, say I will go up. Need a little bit of fresh air, and I will go up again and sit like in the corner there. No one. Actually, the ship is full, but like Orient will.
Well, no, there's not a lot of people. They lost some people. So the number of people you see here are the number of people that are actually on the boat.
Oh, so yeah, he will be like aside, taking out his dagger,
Yeah.
and closing his eye, and start speaking with Ebony.
Okay.
Ebony,
Yes, my dear.
what kind of stunt you did in the wood?
What?
What kind of stunt you did in the wood? Did you take a control of me?
Just a little. I was hungry. I feel better now.
I understand you feel better, but let's put it in a good way that next time. I understand your hunger. I can feel it. But if you do that again, and take it this as a warning, not for me, for you, because if anything happened to me, you'll be sealed forever and feel hungry forever. If you feel hunger, at least give me your power and let me show you how satisfies you. If you wanna, let's work together. Because I know how to deal. You attack people in front of my friend. Be grateful it is Leon. If it was a Dan or Echo, it will be hard to me to explain.
Very well. I'll not ruin your little club.
It's not about club, Ebony. It's not like that. Let's give it example. If they found out about you, that I don't want they found out about you. What do you think gonna happen? You will be taken. I will be alone. You want to be free. You wish to be free. I'm not saying I will feed your hunger, but at least assist me with that. Tell me when you reach your limit.
Very well. That monster was quite tasty. I should be fine for a while.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy for you that you fall, and I will make sure that you fall. But remember, I don't care about anybody. I care about you, and I care about my friend.
Okay.
And put out Ebony back and return to my cabinet.
Um, After about 45 minutes, Echo, you get dinner done. The bosun rings the dinner bell, and the captain asks you to join him in at his table in a different room than the galley.
Okie dokie.
So sitting at the table, we'll put the table, we'll make it like right here. So sitting at the table would be the captain, Orient, Dan, Leon, Echo, and where did I put her? Did I bring her out? Renata. Since she seems to have been and made friends with you, and the captain is always grateful when one of his crew members can talk to people. So, a fine feast then.
Well, wild boar stew, a few herbs, a little bit of seasoning. Hopefully it's not too bad.
Oh, it's much better than anything we've had so far. Excellent.
Glad you're enjoying it.
I hear that you all killed a boulet.
Between all of us, yes. Renata also provided some help.
Nasty creature, those.
Apparently so.
People keep saying that. I mean, it just kind of really tapped me a little bit.
To tell the truth, thanks to Leon, the one who able to make him not move and hit him so hard with his glaive. Believe if he didn't move first, we be in grave danger.
Leon is a dab hand with that blade. I have to say, I've seen him in combat a few times now. Extremely proficient.
But just as a side note, how awkward is it for Leon to walk around with the glaive on his back inside the ship?
Very awkward.
Yeah. There's probably 8 marks all over the ceiling of the ship by the time I leave.
Yeah. Yeah, you're having to hunch down quite a bit. This is not nearly as spacious as you thought it would be.
Right.
Above, on the top deck, you're fine. Like it's
Right,
like you're like, you feel so much better outside. Like when you get down in the cramped quarters, you're like, this is like.
You see those videos where the dogs pick up the extra long sticks and are trying to walk through doorways?
Yeah, that's Leon.
That's Leon every time walking around.
Yes, that's definitely Leon.
And the other way. Yeah.
So the captain's like, so, we're on our way. It should take about a week for us to get there.
A week?
Yes.
You said few days. You said 3 or 4 days at least.
I said it could take 3 or 4 days if we had the wind. We don't have much wind right now.
Oh, that's a shame.
I will move and like raise my hand and which way it is?
Which way is what? The city?
That yeah.
It's that way. He kind of points off into a direction.
Probably.
Yeah, I will cast gust of wind on the ship for entire 10 minutes and to
So you're gonna, so you're leaving dinner, and going upstairs.
Yeah, just after that, I will ask them. After I eat and finish, I will tell him I have a spell. I can cast gust of wind for a short of amount of time, but at least it would help us movement.
If you think it'll help, I'm more than welcome.
When
Anything that speeds up progress surely must be a good idea.
Dan, you notice that there's you hear in your head the and you notice that there's this piece of meat just floating in the air next to your shoulder.
You really need to learn some stealth that's not just turning invisible, okay?
Okay.
I will turn to
This is
Dan, your
good.
friend not making good way to eat. Sitting beside him awkwardly while Dan change his look like. Do we still call you Dan?
Well, we started calling me Dan because... And Dan's gonna, like, stop and realize we're in, like, mixed company. For arbitrary reasons, I guess, so... I don't see why there would be any reason to change it. Dan suits me. I'm Dan.
Yeah, I believe that Dan suits you. Very strange, and that creature is still munching on something beside you.
You can't see. You can't see it. It's
I don't see
invisible.
it, but
You
I
can see the
something
meat. You can see the meat being
get
manipulated.
Yeah, I can see something get munched in front of me, and that's weird as hell.
Should I not be invisible? I'll not be invisible. So Dada becomes visible. Where did I put Dada? I lost Dada. Oh, there he is. So Dada becomes visible, sitting on the table, chewing on this meat.
Dan, your friend.
Orient, the moment this creature show up, Orient will look to Leon, waiting for something.
Waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Leon finished the meat on his plate, and he's just sitting there awkwardly waiting for somebody else to take second so he can.
I'm gonna turn to Leon and pat him on the cheek and say, "Don't worry, dear. You can pop downstairs and get some more if you want."
Leon's going to get some more food.
Okay, Leon, it'll take you about 10 minutes to get down and back. Normally it should take you 5, but you're trying not to spill your food and get your
You
glaive
probably
through.
track Leon's progress listening to the scraping sound.
Yes, and on your way back, you're trying not to spill your soup.
By the way, it's not far for Orient. You see Orient, like after eating, standing up, open his bag, open his ration, some jerk, and start munching on it.
The captain's like, well, you're more than welcome to, walk around freely in the ship. Just 2 places I ask that you don't go. One, my cabin. Stay out.
Fair enough.
And 2,
Fair enough.
the cargo hold. Stay out. Other than that,
Fair enough.
help yourselves. And he looks.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. Excuse me. This back part of the boat on top of the deck, sort of back here.
Mm-hmm.
I point in the general direction of the back of the ship. Does anybody work or need to use that at night?
No, not that I know of.
It's just that downstairs, really cramped sleeping conditions. I can pop a little bubble at the end of the ship and sleep there if you don't mind. If nobody's using the area, that's why I asked. I didn't want to be a pest.
No, nobody's using that. That's fine, I guess.
Thank you.
he looks at Orient and said, well, if you can help us make time, that's fine. And then looks at Dan and goes, and I'm assuming you can move things and tie knots and things?
Oh, I'm very good with knots. I've been doing a lot of practice.
Oh, excellent.
If you got any stuck doors, he's good at getting through those as well.
Well, Leon, the first mate will tell you what we need done, and you can tell your friends what they can do, and get them to do it.
Start people around.
I'll basically just make the galley my little area when I'm not sleeping, and I'll sort out a breakfast and an evening meal for everybody.
Excellent. So you guys chit chat. Nothing of import, unless you guys bring something up. The captain doesn't reveal any other information.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna deliberately kind of try and keep things as vague as possible, so as not to provide any additional information.
Okay. Well, Leon seems like he's about ready to harpoon that.
Yeah. Well,
so,
if Leon wants to speak, then of course Leon is gonna speak.
So what,
I was just going to ask the part about the cargo hold being off limits. Does that track with Leon what he thinks of what normal operations on a ship? That maybe it makes sense not have strangers down in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so it's not anything nefarious.
No, it doesn't seem like anything nefarious. Normally, you don't want people wandering, except for the quartermaster. You don't want people wandering around the cargo hold because most sailors are a little light fingered. So and you don't.
I think Leon's totally engrossed in talking to the first mate, getting back into sailor life.
Oh yeah, they're totally. The two of you are totally swapping stories. Unfortunately, Leon doesn't have any except the new ones.
I'm making up stories.
Oh, you're making up stories. Oh, okay. Well, he's totally impressed with you. Give me a deception roll. He's not very good at investigation.
I'm going to suggest that Dan becomes my assistant chef.
Oh.
For the journey.
Yeah, Leon, he's like, you can tell that the two of you are telling some tall tales. You both are kind of like embellishing quite a bit.
As sailors do, yeah.
Yeah. He's like, well, I guess that's fine.
I'm going to after the dinner. I'll say, Dad, come and work with me in the kitchen, and we can perhaps have a little chat and work on making you perhaps feel a little more comfortable.
I suppose so. I could probably help you out in shifts when you're busy working on getting a meal ready, and then help out on deck the rest of the time. I have been practicing my knots, so I'd like to show them off.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I probably only need you for a couple of hours in the morning and a couple of hours in the evening, but we can have some girly chat then.
As far as making me more comfortable, I've been doing a lot of the smiling that you've been showing me, and it's starting to make my jaw hurt.
Okay, well, okay. Let me give you a little advice. Most of the time, keep a fairly neutral expression on your face, except perhaps a slight smile, just a little bit. You only turn on the big smiles when you really want to impress them. Think of them as gifts.
I will walk beside Dan and go like he is now. I think he's semi high, and whisper. I said, "Do what you do," and move on.
All right, Orient, you said you were going to go upstairs and try to cast your gust of wind, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Let me. So you cast your gust of wind, and it billows the front sail, the mainsail, the one here in the middle, the mainsail. But it doesn't seem to be adding any speed to the boat.
God damn it.
It was worth it. It was worth a try.
I will go down. That's not good. That's not good. You see Orient like start to worry and little bit
You
sweaty.
haven't. You mentioned before that you might have an ability to control water.
Give me a second. Yeah, yeah,
You can
I
do that.
can. Give me a second. Let me make sure of my
Perhaps you
glass.
can. Calm seas are easier to cut through than choppy seas. So if for a while you can, when seas are a bit up and down, you could keep them calmer to keep us going through. That would definitely help us.
Which level that for Triton?
Yeah, no, that's controlling water is not exactly. It says control air and water, but it just gives you the spells, is what it does.
Yeah,
Log
and
fire, gain, destroy water, and then gust of wind. I
I
think
have
are the three you get.
Okay, fair
yeah,
enough.
and I
Okay,
have wall of water, not gust like control water.
Yeah,
okay, okay, fair enough.
So
I
I can
wasn't
make
exactly.
wall of water if I wanna say more.
yeah. You want to stay wet.
I think we're good.
Mm.
Well,
So go ahead.
I was gonna say in which case I'm just going to if everybody's finished, I'll pick up all the plates, woof them off down to the galley, those sorted out, and then say to the captain, I'm just going up on deck to go and sort my dome out. Thank you.
Yeah, it's about bedtime.
Like
I like to think
sorry,
maybe
go
it's
ahead.
not happening already today, but as we go on, the first mate will be given Leon tasks that we need to complete.
Yes.
Expecting Leon to delegate it to everybody else, but Leon just goes and tries to do them all himself.
Okay. That seems reasonable. Um, so Echo, are you inviting anyone else into your hut? Or are you leaving Dan
I,
downstairs?
I'm going to say to Leon, Orient, and Dan, and
Renata?
and and Renata as well, and say I'm going to be creating a little dome at the back of the ship where I'm going to sleep. If you wish to, you are welcome to join me inside.
It's interesting, but I
And I
think
take
we.
my bed, I take my pack and my bedroll, and I literally walk up onto the top deck at the back of the ship, and then spend about 10 minutes singing a song and writing arcane signals in the air. At the end of this little ritual at the end, there's a 10-foot radius dome at the back of the ship that's completely translucent. That no, you can't see into. It's a sort of like ocean colors,
Yeah. Um,
Like,
and Echo is standing inside. You can't see her.
um,
oh,
Orient. Um,
yeah.
the first mate comes over and goes, if you don't want, I'll go.
Who said that?
The first mate.
The first man. Oh no, you can go ahead, have fun,
Uh,
and
so,
have a.
Echo, you see the first mate walk up to the dome and kind of knock on it.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Echo?
I'll. eh, You may enter.
He steps in. Your friend Orient said that he wasn't going to come up and sleep. But I figured that if you were lonely, I could keep you company.
My dear boy. Well, welcome to hang around, and we're welcome to chat. Unless you can drive a 6-inch nail.
Hey. Keep it PG-13 here.
I am.
He's got a 13 charisma. He's kind of a buff guy.
I would, yeah. I would suggest that aim your sights at something a little more accessible.
Mm.
I'm just trying to spare your feelings. I do attract quite a lot of devotion. I'm used to this.
Okay. He kind of he stands there awkwardly for about 2 or 3 minutes and then leaves.
For a fun of it, I'll go and look, knock, and echo.
You can come in. I've already said that you can come in.
I will smile and said, "Do you know this guy think we are some sort of, you know what I mean?"
Does he? Oh.
Yeah. He asked me before, and I told him no.
Well, I let him down as gently as possible. I mean, and I'm sure that he's a terribly nice person, but lived for a very, very long time. And I think, I mean, basically, he's only going to be around for about 30 or 40 years, and then he'll die. I mean, what good's that?
Actually, question. Apologize for that. I say, do you get married? Like, do you have oh, you just stick in place and live forever alone? No.
We live in communities. We have offspring. It's a little different amongst my kind. We're able to enjoy these things. It's just, I hardly see the point. We're only going to be around for 20 years.
No, not about him. Like, I don't believe even female Triton will accept him. I've,
Oh,
and
I'm sure
yeah.
You guys are
like,
being really harsh on this guy.
and
You're listening in.
I want to nip this in the bud right now.
by the way, do I know that Triton can live for long also, but not long as Dryad?
You've got a fairly good idea. Again, you don't. You guys, Echo is making some suppositions based on what she believes. Not that she has any hard, concrete evidence about it at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan has been ping-ponging his head back and forth, watching the conversation take place. You can kind of very much tell that a lot of this is going way over his head. But when the sort of topic turns to this idea of lifespans, Dan's just sort of curiously thinking I don't think anybody knows how long Verdan lived for. I think we're kind of new.
What?
I could outlive all of you.
Wait,
It's
aren't you?
entirely
Yeah, but
And as you say that, Dan, you hear a voice, not your patron, but the other one, say to you, "Depends on how well you serve and accept the changes."
And Dan thinks and tries to mentally send back a mental image of himself smiling in the way that Echo does. When she was there saying it's really charming and just thank you ever so much. I'm greatly enjoying the changes thus far.
nice.
Yeah, but by the way, there's something happened while we fighting this boule. Dan, are you okay? You wasn't yourself while you're running.
I just don't think I'm fully done changing yet. I think I think it's almost there. Maybe by morning. I hope I get a little taller. It would be nice to be taller.
I will say like, okay, it's nice to be taller. Like, and Orient will remember like a part of this goblin he met before. Then it will not process like, oh shit, and look to
How
Dan.
well? How tall is Dan now? I mean,
Uh,
I know that she's grown kind of
so
foot and a half.
Dan started at 3.5 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan's about 4.5 feet right now.
So
Oh,
he's basically almost the same height as Echo.
Yeah.
My eventual
Okay.
goal is to be as tall as the stack that Dan and the three goblins.
I like it.
so your change might done at the morning, right?
Mm.
I don't think
I'm
we will.
talking to Dan. You know?
I don't know. I was talking to Renata about it. She said that the metamorphosis is a sort of very rapid change that comes on suddenly, but that sometimes it comes in waves. I might change again in a few months. It's hard to say exactly when it will be finished. I guess it's up to. Well, I still don't know that one's name, but the guy in my head that's causing that.
Yeah, you said to me about there's some kind of in your head. How funny that. I hope that you don't grow much, you become even taller than Leon. Will be funny.
So long
I
as
guess we'll
you're
have to wait
happy,
and see.
as long as you're happy with it, that's all that counts.
Yep. And anything you want to tell us, tell us. And of course, I will not stay here. This place seems very fancy in my taste. I
And
hope you have a nice. I hope you have a nice night, and
no,
Orient
no,
will.
as I said, once we figured out exactly what proportions you've grown to, we're going to go shopping.
Uh, or like the moment Orient said, Echo said, and I hold shoulder down and tell her, "Don't become like her. This is cursed. Believe me, Dan. It will be cursed. It will hunt you. Like you will not think twice. Only you want to shop, and you already have enough creatures and weird monstrosity
Uh,
shops that you visit.
when you say weird creatures, something kicks you in the shin.
Ow.
You look down. You look down, and Dada's standing there, got his arms crossed, like got this pouty face, like
Right.
who you calling weird? And then you hear, who does he think he's calling weird? Fish guy doesn't have any gills. That's weird.
But I cannot understand him, right?
No, he's talking to Dan in his head.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll necessarily become like Echo, where I want to buy lots and lots of nice clothing. She has her thing, and I have mine.
Yeah.
If we head back to the city at some point, it would be nice to see Diabella again. Oh, and I got those armor plates. Maybe if we went and
Yeah.
saw the Hammerstones, or if there's an armorer when we get to Emery.
I will help you with that, and I'm
No,
happy to be you.
I'm sure there's an armor we can find. And did you manage to get two-foot squares of soft under boule underbelly leather?
I think that Leon was doing that. Yeah, we may need to check with him.
Fantastic. Okay,
And
well,
Dan's gonna whisper a little message to Dada
Mhm.
to see if you can go find Leon for me. And while you're at it, see if you can find the entrance to the cargo hold. And tell me how strong the lock looks.
oh god.
Okay.
Right.
So he about 12 seconds after Dada disappears, you hear, "Oh, I found him." Is that it? Just want me to find him? Found him.
If you could let him know that we need to know if he was able to get the underbelly skin that Echo asked for.
Oh.
I think she wanted to make, I don't know, boots
Boots.
maybe?
I
A
want
hat?
boots. No, boots. I want boots.
Then she wants
So,
boots.
so Leon, while you're standing there listening to all this, or
Oh, I think Leon was somewhere else during that conversation.
or trying to, because you can't hear anything from the outside. You start to walk away, and you feel something poke you on the shoulder. Hey,
Swat at it.
does Donna have any languages?
Yeah, I believe so.
Abyssal and Common. Okay, cool. So Donna looks at you and goes, cat guy. Pretty lady, not Dan, wants to know if you got her boot stuff.
Oh yeah, sure. And I'll quickly grab them out and try to drape them over Donna.
Okay. And Donna's kind of like stumbling, and he's like, not enough arms. Oh, okay. I know it's got more arms. And you see him, and he turns into this like, think armadillo centipede. And he comes through the front, Dan, and there's Dada, who looks like an armadillo centipede, with two leather straps on him. He's like, hey, uh, 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 Echo. Yeah, Echo. These are for you.
Now, when the first officer came out of the dome,
Mm-hmm.
did he look like he needed a drink?
Yes, he did.
Leon will kind of see if he can offer him a drink from the goblin whiskey. Or goblin
Oh yeah, you're gonna make a lot of friends with that, Leon.
just right now, it's just between me and the first mate. I don't want to create a rush on him. We'll find a quiet spot and I'll offer him a drink.
Okay.
That is enough to power engines.
Yeah.
Well, this is the new stuff. We haven't had the new stuff.
You haven't had nude stuff yet. Yeah. Echo, there's a small armadillo centipede in front of you with two pieces of what looks like freshly cut leather.
I'll take the leather.
Okay, it's what's still kind of bloody because Leon didn't clean it; he just cut it.
Okay,
Orient
well-
will give a look to Echo, giving like a sharp eye, and put his hand and looking, waiting.
You know, if
Orion.
that doesn't end up being good use
Yes?
of the boots, you could probably bind a book in this.
Quite possibly. I know that you've got a terribly sharp dagger that's very good. That will be very good for cleaning the flesh off this to turn it into leather. You don't happen to have any skills in that particular area, do you?
There, strange thing happened. Why everyone asking about this dagger? This dagger
It's just
meant.
usually very- you just seem to be quite keen on it, and if if you're going to have it, you might as well use it.
Give me a second. I will leave the place and go to the kitchen. Ask for a knife.
There's nobody in the
Like a
kitchen.
sharp. Like yeah. Then I will look to the. Look. Is there any?
Yeah,
Sharp
there's a
knife?
nice sharp knife there.
Yeah, I will take it and go back to them, and look to our Echo. This one, and I will. I am not proficient, but I will do my best. You like me to try?
I'm not particularly proficient either, but I know that it needs to be done. Please, just it, do your very best. I'm sure you
Okay,
will be able to salvage something, and I do appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
of course. Uh,
this point, I'm probably gonna sort of be putting up my bedroll and putting a blanket out, making a nice little pillow, um, getting myself neatly set up before crashing out. And then I'm going to get about 8 hours sleep and then get up and
So,
do some breakfast.
Orient will clean the skin and turn to Dan. Can you hold this for me, Dan? Do you have no problem to help me? It's a little bit bloody. I don't believe you have problem with blood, right?
No, that's fine. And Dad's gonna take out his like little knife and just like
Yeah,
scrape it off as well.
yeah. I will. Yeah, I will make.
Sort of like telepathically just reach out to Dada and just like there was a second thing I asked you to do. If you get it done quickly and come back, then you can lick up the blood, okay?
Okay.
And I don't think there are any check for that, cleaning the blood from the skin and like preparing it to give it to Echo. Oh, there are.
Maybe a dex check or something.
No, it's Leon just didn't finish cleaning the guts off of it. Like,
Yeah, so,
there's not, but yeah, it takes you about 10-15 minutes. Like, it's not rocket science.
yeah, I will clean it and prepare it for Echo and Dan helping me, and after that I will look to Echo. Is that what you wish?
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. And I'll take each of the 2-foot squares and roll them up and stick them in my bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Before I leave the place for really, I hope they don't stink. And leave the house. I will leave the room fast as I can because I don't want any more discussion.
No, dear boy, they won't, because I had you scrape all the shit off it.
All right. So Leon, Constitution save for me.
All right.
Oh god, this never goes well.
Yeah, you're out. You're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did we end up going to take this?
You guys are up by the front. Here, I'll move you to where the two of you are calmly sitting next to one of the ballistas, drinking your sorrows away, and you both will wake up there in the morning.
Okay.
I don't believe. I don't know about the first one because at night, this is what Orient will do. He will go at night, the middle of night, and he will give a look to the area of the ship and see how many people they stay at night. And I believe the moment he saw Leon, he will pick him up and put him in his cabinet.
His cabin or in his hammock?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of.
I mean, with the Echo, like I will go. Return.
Are you just gonna roll him into the? You're just gonna roll him in. You don't have to knock. You can just literally walk in. So you just drag Leon in.
Yeah, I will enter, put her, and go back, give a full look, inspect the ship,
Yep.
and see how many people that stay at night. Like
about 5 of them. About 5 of them.
So yeah, then I will go to sleep after that.
All right, Dan. I need you to give me 3 saves, please. I need a Wisdom save, a Constitution save, and a.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, that was Wisdom. The next one was
Constitution
and Intelligence. Okay.
Oh good.
About 2 o'clock in the morning. Since there's nobody taking watch. Dan's over here. Dada does not return anytime soon. You're asleep before Dada, before you hear back from Dada.
I was taking a short rest to get my spell slots back and would be waiting.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Donna comes back and says, it's magic. There's no there's like this piddly little lock thing on it, but that's not the problem. It's the magic on it, on the door.
Was there any noise coming from the cargo hold?
Couldn't really tell because a lot of swoosh, swoosh, swoosh from the waves outside. But I could go back and try to listen more.
No. Go invisibly and see if you can get into the captain's quarters. Just take a poke around, see if you can find a ledger. Something that might give a list of what the manifest is.
Okay. What's a ledger?
It's like a book.
Books. Okay.
It would probably be on the captain's desk.
Books on his desk. Got it. Okay. About 10 minutes are you here? Uh-oh. And, Dada's gone.
Oh no. That's not good. Still. Orient said, do what you do. So, Dan's gonna rummage around in his pack, get out his little set of thieves' tools.
Mm-hmm.
And is gonna prepare by casting Menace.
Okay.
And this time specifically is going to concentrate and flavor it, and so the illusion is taking on the appearance of a sort of drowned, sort of something somewhere between like a ghost or like a hag, trying to play on the fact that they like accused Dan of being almost like a swamp witch.
Yeah. Okay.
And is gonna march out brazenly, just staring down anybody that sees, and head down to take a look at this magical door in the cargo hold.
All right. Give me 1 second here.
First time. You couldn't have waited.
I assume I'm asleep.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
All right.
Is that the time that I was? Like,
Nope. You're asleep.
uh,
These lookouts suck for their perception rolls. Yeah. They don't see you. For lookouts, they're not really paying attention to the ship itself. They're looking out for other ships and stuff. So, yeah, you managed to give me a stealth roll if you're sneaking, or are you just meandering? Yeah. Okay.
That's about in keeping with what I said.
Okay. You manage to make it unseen. You don't see anybody on your way to the door. It has a door with a regular latch on it, but there's also two metal. There's two holes drilled above and below the door latch. They're probably about 2 inches in diameter. They're metal, like there's been a metal piece put in, so as not to wear against the wood. And there's two more on the doorway where this big chain loops through. You can tell it's been woven through and locked.
Since Dara said that it was magic, can I roll Arcana to see if I can determine like what kind of an enchantment might be placed on the
Yeah,
door?
you can.
Trap?
Yeah, you can take a look. You see that there's some runes carved, very small runes around the outside edge of the door frame. It appears to be a ward of some kind. You're not sure if it's a trap per se, but you do know that it's a ward, so it could contain, a spell or an effect of some kind.
Okay, with my eyes of the Rune Keeper, does that give me any indication, or is it just enough to say that it's a ward?
It's glyph of warding. You can't tell what kind it is, but you can go, oh yeah, it's got a spell stored in it. Like it's a spell.
Maybe it's a healing spell.
Dan's gonna know enough to not try to like pick the lock and risk activating the glyph, and so it's just gonna approach, get as close to the door as possible without touching it, and just call in like a reasonably hushed whisper, but loud enough that anybody on the other side of the door might be able to hear. Is there anybody in there? Do you need help? Okay, that doesn't sound good. On the plus side, probably not slaves. So, just gonna turn and like dash back up the stairs.
As you're running up the stairs, give me a wisdom check, please. It kind of reminded you of a grotto, a real low growl from an animal. As you're starting to make your way, you're like, oh, it might not be human. You're like, oh, wait, that kind of sounds like an animal.
Can I like roll nature to try to like identify what kind of animal it might be?
No, you're like, I don't know what kind of animal it is, but you do know that you can talk to animals. So maybe if you use that ability that you had, because you don't have it on all the time.
Oh, that could work. Okay, yeah, gonna activate speak with animals and creep back down, and just sort of like repeat the initial question that I had, and just like, if you can understand me, are you okay in there?
It hurts.
What is it specifically? Are you pinned down? Are you chained up?
Chains. Hurt.
I'm Dan. What's your name?
Brago.
Okay. How did you come to be on this ship, Brago?
Hunters catch family. Kill cub. Take me.
Okay. I can't get through this door at the moment, but I have friends here with me. I'm gonna tell them about you, and we'll try to find a way to help you. Okay? I'll be back when I can.
Okay.
And then yeah, it's gonna turn like walk back. This is a bit more like calm and caution this time. Once again, like trying not to get spotted going back. And it's gonna go sit in the tiny hut for just a moment. Recognize like probably shouldn't wake Echo up. I don't want to do this, but it can probably wait until morning.
As you come up the steps, where are you? Yeah, as you come up these steps, the lookout from the crow's nest at the top of the foremast says, "Who's down there?"
You shouldn't look at me, or I will curse you and all of your descendants onto the 7th generation.
Okay.
29.
29. Well, he got a 17. And he turns and goes. You see him kind of duck down into the crow's nest and start screaming, "Sea hag! Sea hag! Sea hag!" At which case,
Dan's gonna drop the spell.
Yep.
And just be Dan again. And just act like, oh, sorry, I was sleeping and I heard a cry. Has something happened?
So you hear the one from the topmast and one of the bosuns who was sleeping up here, over here, kind of wake up and go, "Are you drinking on the job up there again?" Guys, what'd I tell you about that? No, I wasn't drinking. I saw a sea hag. She threatened to curse me. And he looks over at you and goes, "If you think that's a sea hag, boy, you're in deep trouble when we get to port. Now, keep your eyes out." And he looks at you and goes, "Sorry, miss." Just, they get like that when they drink. And he kind of sits back. He hasn't completely stood up. Like he's kind of like in that, like where he's kind of getting up, sort of, and then realizes that he doesn't really have to, and just kind of slinks back down and goes back onto his roll.
It's okay. It's just I'm still going through the metamorphosis, and so I was having trouble sleeping. I got up to walk around a little bit and just doing some stretches. I think maybe he saw me walking across with this weird sort of posture and jaunt, and might have mistaken me for some kind of.
Oh, don't worry about him.
Don't go too hard on him.
Oh, I won't, as long as he keeps doing his job. He's fine. Plus, if anything happens to him, my sister will be so mad at me. So.
Anyway, I am feeling a little bit more loose now, so I think I'll go try and get some sleep. We're gonna have a long day of work ahead of us in the morning.
Yes, we do. Good night. He just kind of rolls back over because like he's going back to sleep.
Did Leon and the first mate have time enough to have a bit of a conversation before we just passed out, or did we just go straight out?
You managed to have a short conversation about women and not understanding them for about 12 minutes as you finished your one drink.
If possible, I'd like to sneak in somewhere a question about the previous chef. What happened to them?
Oh, yeah. He's like, "Oh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna, we don't talk about it." That's
I try to give him another drink to loosen his lips a bit, then I pass out.
Yeah. You don't get a chance to pour the other drink. He goes out right before you do. You're like, "Have a nut." Oh, never mind.
Right.
Dan, you make your way back in and not wake Echo. You curl up for the night. Later, with those rolls, you awaken to sharp pains in the back of your skull, your chest, your legs. Your whole body feels like somebody just grabbed it and is starting like stretching you like taffy. You will take 6 points of psychic damage. From the intense pain and physical. Are you still concentrating on menace?
No, I said I dropped it. I don't know why.
Okay.
It's just
Because if you got to go in and click on the concentration thing, that's fine. You have to remove the condition. If you go up to where your thing is, it says conditions. there's a list of all the conditions you can have now. You just have to take it off when you stop concentrating, because it doesn't automatically do it.
Does Dan make a noise when?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to roll over, sort of in my sleep, cast healing word, and then roll over and go back to sleep again.
No, this is a loud pain. This is not a this is a you need to. This is one of those night terror kind of events.
Okay, in which case, what do I have? I have sleeping draft. If I think that Dan is undergoing a lot of pain,
Well, you can ask Dan. Dan's awake.
yeah.
and
Is this hurting you?
well, I need you to make me a wisdom save, Echo.
Okay. Just there we go. Normal. 16.
This you literally see her body change. Dan's body changing right now. This is not a.
Is this an does the expression on her face suggest?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna cast this and try and put her to sleep.
No. It's a nice offer, and it does hurt, but I think it needs to. It's supposed to. I have to show that I can withstand it, that I can take the pain and the change that comes with it.
If you're sure, dear, I can put you to sleep so that you would just sleep for a while and let the changes happen, and then you can wake up and see how you feel.
I think that would constitute cheating.
Okay. Well, in which case, I'll cancel the spell. I won't cast it, and I will roll over and go back to sleep.
Okay.
Let me know when you're done, dear. We can have a little chat.
Okay, I'll try to be quiet so that you can sleep.
I'm sorry, Dan. There's literally no way for me to take off the hidden icon from you. I don't know why. What you guys were talking about, I'm literally trying to... Like, it's under effects, temporary, and there's no way to... It just doesn't... You rolled stealth, and now you're stealth. So... At a 6, forever. Dan is permanently bad at stealth. Or I can do this. Watch, it'll still have it on there. I bet you. Yep. That's funny. That's funny. I don't know how to fix that, but that's fine. Yeah, so the rest of the night goes uneventful. I mean, aside from Dan. The next morning you wake up, Dan, you have completed your transformation. And now appear, instead of appearing like, I changed it, so instead of looking like, let me do this. Make an NPC real quick here. Do this. Grab this. Go down here to Dan. File. I can do this. This is what Dan used to look like, everyone. Cute little Dan, 3'6". Now delete old Dan and show everyone new Dan. This is new Dan. New Dan is 6 foot tall. Choose your own weight, Dan. I didn't want to be the one that,
I don't know, like 15 strength, so like in like the median range of like the upper half of what the weight category would be. So
it'd be like 155, 160.
That's probably a bit heavy. At 6 foot tall, you're probably looking at 145.
Well, it depends. It depends on, like, at a 15 strength. A 15 strength is quite considerably a lot more than average.
I was basing the weight off the women's MMA world champion, who is 6 foot tall at 145 pounds.
Yeah. So.
Trust me, Amanda Nunes is a 15 strength in D&D.
Yeah. We'll take that. 145 seems good. Nice. Bony head ridge. Bosoms to your specification there, David. I tried to hide. I tried to make it so they weren't as noticeable on the picture, so you could say, what you could choose the ampleness of your own bosom.
the rare female D&D character art which doesn't have boob armor.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's not Carry On Unchained Oblivion.
Yeah. Yeah. Just. I just want to make sure. Yeah. No, there's a time and a place for that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, the other thing is also, I mean, Dan as a character has got a high charisma.
Oh yeah.
So she's probably a very good-looking example of whatever example she is.
Yeah. So you guys.
There is the distinction in 5th edition where it's like there isn't like the comeliness necessarily associated with charisma. Charisma is more about like self-confidence and self-belief, and so it's like Dan has a lot of confidence and self-belief in himself. He just doesn't fully know how to be a woman yet.
Absolutely.
So, Dan, you wake up. You will have disadvantage on all physical ability checks and saves, skill checks for today, due to the fact that you are completely not used to being this tall. And this body is unwieldy at the moment.
A question for the DM. When Orient make his look at night, how foggy the night?
It's not very foggy. These are just clouds during the day.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's nice and clear. I mean, it's smooth sailing so far. Echo, you wake up to a completely different person laying in the hut next to you.
Wow. We're definitely going to have to talk about dresses.
Oh.
Okay, I'll if she is still sleeping.
That's up to her. Him.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna wake up and think. Okay. Well, I need to get breakfast ready for the crew.
Right.
I mean, I was kind of fully going to rule it that I probably wouldn't have been able to get enough sleep, so I probably have a level of exhaustion, just flat. So.
No, you don't have a level of exhaustion because of the that's why you have disadvantage. You technically got enough sleep. It's just that the physical strain of that just really put on, like I said, this body is awkward because it's twice your size.
Once you get used to all of this, I'll teach you how to walk in heels.
That's so unpractical in D&D. Let's be honest. Yes, they're so unpractical.
Listen, I'm about 4'7" tall. If you don't think I'm wearing at least 2-inch heels, you have never been.
If I wore heels, I'd be even taller. Oh, you
No.
must.
Well, don't worry. When I get moves made, we're going to get you some made.
That's gonna be like a full-on glamazon, 6'6", just striding heels.
I was actually tempted to just straight up double your height to 7 foot.
Tallest party.
I'm thinking 4-inch spike heels in like thigh-length black leather boots. That's what I'm thinking.
No, peoples. I said hi.
Come over here and wave to him yourself. The camera's right there.
Hi.
So,
Miss Sim says hi.
Hope you guys have a good rest of your game.
Well, we'll see how that
today.
goes. I mean, assuming that okay. Daisy says hi too, or feed me. I'm not sure which one that was. I don't speak animal, unlike Dan.
Oh no.
Hi, Daisy. I'm busy, Daisy. Hi, Daisy. Pupper vision.
Pupper. The pupper is here.
The pupper's here. Yay, puppers. Yeah, okay.
Ew,
Now
why
the pupper.
are you fighting?
Now the pupper can go. Daddy's busy. Come on.
Come on,
Out.
Daisy, come on. Come on. Come on.
Children and other assorted pets.
Wake up and stand up, starting wearing his armor, taking his shield and cracking his neck and said, "Oh, first day of my first night I slept and I wake up, there nothing changed." And he look and Dan coming out. Nope, still there. Haven't you?
So,
why is my arm class 12?
Yeah, me too.
your armor costs 12.
Well, yeah, mine reset as well. I'm at 13.
Yeah, he put in dex
My armor class should be 15.
it's counting only the dex for the armor class. So this is,
Do you have your armor equipped?
Yep.
Yes. That's what I was just checking.
Remove it and put it again. Yep, the same.
Mine's equipped, but if I go into details, it's just a flat armor class.
Yeah. Well, my studded leather says 18-12, but if,
Oh, that just went all wonky. Stupid. Yeah, weird.
I forgot. By the way, Orient will keep the kitchen knife. So if anyone asks for a knife, you have different knife.
looky.
Yeah, I don't know.
If Dan is going to be helping Echo in the kitchen, just like getting like a breakfast meal sort of prepared, and Dan's going to use telepathy to just slowly share, having gone down, checked in the cargo hold, had the conversation with Prago, and just try to sort of share like maybe a bear or a lion, definitely some kind of wild animal. If we can find a way to sort of bring up to the captain questions about like, what is it that you're transporting? Because it seems like cruel what they're doing.
So your text would be... yeah, so you managed to do that. What's everybody's reaction to that?
Yeah, I believe Orient already made it when he wake up. Said, "I hope this day oh, this day will be nothing changed. And he looked to
Well, no, I
Dan
mean
and said,
Dan just let everybody know that what he saw in the.
"Oh,
It was more to echo specifically, sort of as we were
Oh,
working to make breakfast,
believe."
but that we would probably then like try to spread the word to Leon and Orient.
Do you do you want me to have a little chat with the captain?
I think so. You've been
Okay.
telling me
Well,
you
I tell
have
you
these
what. I
feminine
tell you what.
wiles. Maybe you can use some of those.
Don't worry. Well, I have a plan. Let's get breakfast ready for everybody. I've generally found people are more accommodating and friendly when on a full stomach. And I'll spend the next hour or so cutting slices off boar and making bacon and feeding everybody.
okay. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and fix your armor class. I don't know why I did that, but
I'll let me reverts it.
you have to hit enter. You have to put it in and hit enter. I fixed Orient's.
Yeah.
Nope.
No, I've been doing that. I've been pressing it and hitting it. Then when I shut the character sheet and reopen it, it just resets back to 11.
That's dumb. Why is it doing that?
I think the problem is it's not registering that the armor is actually equipped. That seems
Yeah.
to be the problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it did the same with mine. I manually adjusted it, and it
Yeah. I'll have to figure it out. I have to take a look at that because that's weird. You know, again, if something doesn't go, at least one thing doesn't go wrong on the stream, it's not a real stream, right?
of course.
If we don't have at least one, so the tokens move now, but now the armor classes are messed up. So we'll see how that works. I'll be able to fix. That should be an easy fix. It should be a sheet mod or something.
I think we all know what our armor classes are. So if we do get into any kind of combat, then we can always just
Yeah,
you can ask and we can call it out.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be an issue.
yeah. Because I know Orient's is like a 17,
18.
18.
Yep.
Yeah. Leon's actually went down because he got rid of defense.
Leon doesn't need armor class.
No, Leon doesn't need armor class. Leon has hit points. And a
Leon
glaive.
also has the ability to hammer the snot out of things, so it
Yeah.
can't hit back, which is rather good.
That was a pretty good. I mean, you did like 50 points of damage to that thing in the first.
That was pretty impressive, I have to say.
So yeah, Echo, you hear you guys are having that conversation. Leon, you wake up. Not much of a hangover.
No, not bad. They're doing pretty good with the getting the impurities out.
Yeah.
Good for those little goblins.
The first mate comes up to you and he kind of staggers up and he's like, "What was that?"
Oh, it's a goblin wine special reserve.
Oh, man, that stuff is awesome.
It kicks.
Yeah. I don't have much of a headache though, so. What do they make it out of?
Mostly corn, I think.
Really?
Yeah, so I think technically that makes it a bread.
Oh, yeah. Well,
But yeah, you looked like you needed a drink. But I guess we got a day's work ahead of us.
yeah. If you could make sure that all the moorings are coiled properly, and all the and we need to replace all the strings on the on the 4 ballistas.
I'm on it. And Leon gets to work.
Okay.
Once I've completed feeding everybody in the crew and cleared up in the galley, so it's ready for the evening meal, I'm going to go and see if I can find the captain.
He's in his office. He's in his cabin. And there's a bosun. There's a bosun standing outside. Can I help
I'll
you?
walk up to the boat.
Mm?
Yes, I'll walk up to the bosun and say, I appreciate that the captain is rather busy, but I was hoping to have a word with him. I tell you what, when he's got a spare 5 minutes or so, if you could let him know that I would like a quiet word, I'd appreciate it. And I'll give him a nice big smile.
Okay.
Put a roll of persuasion stat.
Okay, if you want to. He said okay. Like you can tell that
Okay.
his entire job is to stand here and give the captain messages and not let people bother him unless it's important. Like,
Yeah, no, that's completely cool. I'm not going to knock on the door or try and force my way past. I'm
yeah.
literally just going to leave a message and say he can, and then I'll go back to the galley and just prepare a haunch of the giant elk for a
Did Dan
roast this evening.
tell me and Leon about?
I don't
I was going
know.
to say, Dan is having finished sort of helping Echo with breakfast, is up on deck practicing knots. Is not feeling quite as confident as yesterday because these are very big fingers now all of a sudden, and they feel sort of stiff and awkward. I was just gonna sort of like see where Orient is once again using a gust of wind spell, probably equally ineffective, but
Yeah.
just like, hey, might as well give it a try. It's gonna do the same thing of using telepathy to like reach out and like relay. You asked me to do the thing that I do, so I did. You'll be proud of me because I didn't open the door, mostly because it would have been a really bad idea. But like that's progress, right?
The moment I heard that, I will go down, going to Dan, and of course he is now. I think he's 2 inch, 1 inch taller than me. Take her hand, Dan. Need to talk to you in a second. Can we? And I'll pull him, or pull her with me, like not waiting for the answer. I'll take her aside, and uh, like I'll make sure that no one near us can hear us. And come that again. What did you do?
You said to me to do the thing that I do,
Yep.
and that's opening doors. And there's two doors on this ship we were told we're not supposed to open, so I checked both of them. I sent data first, and something happened in the captain's quarters. It might just be because he was being nosy, but it might be something bad. Down in the cargo hold, the door was sealed. There's a spell on it, a glyph of warding. I couldn't tell what spell was prepared there, but it could be something really bad if somebody messes with it when they're not supposed to. So I asked through the door if anybody could hear me, and there were animal noises. So I used the speak with animals thingy that I can do, and there's somebody down there named Prago. They might be a bear or a lion.
Did,
I can't really tell.
who told? Did you tell anybody other than me?
I told Echo while we were making breakfast.
Uh,
She said she's going to try to have a word with the captain and see if she can subtly dig for some information.
okay,
But Prago is
Dan.
chained up, and
Da,
I'm worried.
I yeah. Do you do? And I will continue. I'm proud of you. But when you do something, you need to take a 1 minute and think. This is my mistake. I should tell you to think before you wanna do something. Let's give it example. We are where first. Where are we, Dan?
Um, I'm not entirely sure. On our way to Emery,
Good, but I mean, where are we now? Like, where your legs stand on it now?
the boat. There's probably a
Yeah,
name for it. Hey, Leon!
ship.
Leon!
Yeah.
No, wait. Ah!
What is this part of the ship called?
You're on the poop deck.
Oh.
Eh,
Why is it
So
called that?
I don't know.
it doesn't
It
matter.
has nothing to do with poop.
It doesn't matter. And what I meant, Dan, when I said think a minute before you do it, like do complete. But now you said Echo gonna talk to someone. He asked us do not come closer to two places. And we are in his ship, something he own, and he have a right to kick us if he wish. For me, I have no problem. Can you swim? Dan, sweetheart, can you swim?
I didn't drown when we were in the last shipwreck, so presumably I can.
How far you can swim?
Uh, I don't know. Probably pretty far. I mean, like, I'm big now, right? I should
It
be a bit
doesn't.
stronger.
It's not about the size. It's about how can you handle. You cannot breathe in the water, and
Oh,
I'm not sure why.
oh,
What
oh,
Echo
my dear
thinking?
boy! I beg to differ.
Like what I'm thinking. Like you, Echo thinking that let's go to talk to the captain. That he asked us, do not come closer to the cabinet of his office. Now the first night you broke these two rules. Think before you do. And if you do it, try not like I respect Echo but sometimes she is adventurer. She's very adventurous. Like talk to the captain what she gonna say, like, hey captain, like we broke your rules and we go to the place that you asked us not to go there, and we want to know now. You wanna tell us what's there, or we're gonna do something. Oh god.
Orion
Hmm.
is hanging on by the barest thread. And accidentally dropped it over the side. But I quickly pull out my own rope and replace it.
And like after that, I will take a deep breath, look to Dan. By the way, you become beautiful one, and like turn back and see. Try to look to. I will try to look out, like searching for Echo, hoping that I can catch her before like reach the captain.
And as like Orient turns away, Dan gives like a genuinely sincere smile, thankful for the compliment. That is like everything that Echo has been trying to teach Dan, and he doesn't even realize it. It's just a sincere, sweet moment, and then it passes.
So I will look. I will look for Echo.
Well, I mean, after I've left the message, I'd probably be strolling around up on deck.
Yeah, I will head out and uh, Echo. May I have a word with you, if you please?
Yes, of course, dear boy.
Yeah, believe Dan told me what did he did yesterday, and he told
Yes, I know.
he and you planning to talk the captain that he asked us to not come
I,
closer to these places.
I wasn't planning on telling the captain. I was going to present the information in a way to the captain that would suggest that it was came across in a way that was entirely reasonable without us breaking his rules.
And may I ask how?
Well, I was going to suggest that he'll have noticed that Dan has gone through a few physical changes. One of the changes was that all this changes meant that he was strolling around on deck and heard animal noise coming from the cargo, and I just wanted some reassurance captain that there wasn't some kind of problem.
Does like is there any benefit to know wherever the creature they Like it doesn't matter. It's not our business.
Well, it might become our business if it's a dangerous beastie and it gets loose.
Why you care?
Because I'm in an enclosed space on a large body of water with a possibly dangerous beast.
Yes, it is dangerous, and they keep it inside the cage because it is dangerous. So we don't come close. So we leave it alone.
I wasn't planning on letting I wasn't planning on letting it out. I was just planning on finding out exactly what we've let ourselves in for. So they've got
We are
some
we
chance
are.
airing against it.
I can understand, but we are just traveler. We sit. Thanks to them, we have a free ride to the city. Let's just keep it that way.
I wasn't suggesting giving the captain grief about it or suggesting we were going to do anything. I just was going to try and get some information out of him. Trust me, I've
I'm
proved rather good at getting information out of people.
look, Echo. Fully trust you of a lot of things, and I'm not saying that only caring about you and Leon and Dan.
No, I
Be-
appreciate that.
But for me, it is there no reason for us to get involved for things that doesn't benefit us, doesn't we don't care about it. It is just an animal in a
If
cage. They're gonna travel, and
let me
they
put
ask.
let me put it to you this way:
Oh, go
if
ahead.
I don't do something about it,
Hmm?
some way or another, and don't go back to Dan with some kind of answer, what do you think is likely to happen? Dan will do something.
Like the moment Echo said that, Orient will hit his will face palm and
Exactly. Who do you trust to get this done in the most diplomatically and conversationally appropriate fashion?
cannot we just
No,
like
we can't. Because otherwise, if we don't do something, then Dan will do something.
oh God.
It's like asking Leon to open a chest. You just don't know when he's going to stop.
No, yeah. At least if you're gonna go to talk to the captain, take someone with you. You do not be alone.
What would you suggest, Dan?
No, take Leon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Um, I would suggest Leon might not be necessarily the most diplomatic of um, people to perhaps take with me. Are you perhaps volunteering yourself to come with me?
Um, do you believe it will be benefit for me to come?
With the greatest of respect, I think that you should let me handle the communications.
Then I believe that if you're gonna handle the communication, I believe the one who can guard you at least and put little bit intimidation. I understand that Dan can put the hell of fear of people, but I don't want him to show
I'm
that side.
going to cast prestidigitation and make my eyes flame and say, "Don't worry, I can be as intimidating as I need to be." Pat him on the cheek.
Oh, just be careful. For me, I believe
I,
Leon will be the best guard for you, but
I
it's your
listen,
choice. Uh,
honestly, Orient, thank you. I really do appreciate your concern, and I appreciate that you're trying to do what you think is the best for everybody. And that's one of the things that I really do like about you. Occasionally, you just got to trust us to be able to do what we do. This is what I do.
I Be careful.
I will.
Orient will turn and start thinking how this thing would deal and start planning. Like he will start planning and he will take a road. Like you're gonna see him walking back and forth
I'm
out
going.
of the ship.
Once I've had the
And
conversation with Orient, I'm going to wander over and see if I can find Dan. And say, Dan, I've just had a little chat with Orient. He's a little concerned that we might do something stupid to upset the captain and cause a problem with our voyage. I totally get where he's coming from. So what I'm going to try and do is get some information from the captain, and then if we need to do anything about the beastie, we can do it when we've docked at Emery rather than in the open sea.
That makes sense. I mean, they can't
Okay.
exactly take Prago anywhere until they make port, so we should have a bit of time.
That's what I'm thinking.
Do anything that we need to.
How do you have to see the animal to be able to speak to them, or can you just do it? What
It's
kind of
more.
range can you do?
It's more like the way I can read things. Where
Right.
the guy in my head just it explains what's happening. So it's like he changes the way my ears work, I think, so that I can understand what animals are saying and they can understand my words too. So as long as they can hear me, I can generally hold a conversation. I also can't turn
What
it off once it started. So, I mean, that's why I talk to rats a lot because they're very curious.
I makes perfect sense. And over what range do you need to be able to communicate? Because potentially, if you could stand on deck and reach downwards, you could then have a telepathic conversation with Prago.
I don't think that would work. No, I need to be
Okay.
able to see them for me to do the internal
That's,
talking.
in which case, we're not going to be able to gather information from Prago until later on. Let me see what I can find out from the captain, and we'll take something from there.
Okay. In the meantime,
And I'll
I've been working on my knots again, and that's like very like fumbling fingers. Is still got like a little bit of claw, not as much as they'd grown into during the transformation, but still a little bit. It's just picking at a knot to try to get it as tight as possible.
don't worry. You'll a little bit of practice. You'll be doing it just as well as you were a few days ago. Things take time, and I'm gonna once I've had the sort of little conversation with Dan, I'm gonna head off back to the galley, and wait until the captain has got a spare 5. That's all right. That's no big deal. I do want to chat to him privately, but I'm quite happy to wait until after the meal or something.
All right. Can I just click that on my sheet, or do I gotta see tools vehicle one? Nah, clicking it does nothing. Wisdom plus proficiency. Almost did plus 40. All right, making good progress. Yes, that's the progress.
Yeah, again, I was assuming the fact that I lost communication with him when he went auto that he'd been like poofed, and I was going to need to reconjure him. So that will have to wait until we get to Emery and I can buy ingredients.
At some point of the day, I'll drop in on Echo and ask her to prepare some of the boulet for dinner because Leon wants to try that.
Sure, no problem. I'll cut off a few steaks and we'll see what it's like.
Boulet filet.
Performance. So that's a 22. Horrible. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Horrible. Well, I'm going to say, look, Leon, I've cooked you one of these. I don't think you're going to like it, so I've made you some of what everybody else is having, but I just didn't think you at least want to give it. I warn you in advance. That leather is probably likely to be more appetizing.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure you did great.
It is in your hands, my dear boy. Yeah. Hmm?
Oh, it's gonna get finished. Don't worry about it. Well, I guess I just have to chew on it a bit. No, Leon's gonna finish this all. That's Leon's mentality going into it. But
Oh God.
Oh, Dan was going to like make the offer of trying to like carve it down with his grim scythe, but then realized like I'm not sure if that would affect the flavor though.
Orient looking to like I believe Orient looking to Leon while he's like biting and chewing and no effect on
I
him.
believe me. I told you that this was going to be horrible, so you won't offend me by trying.
no, it's delicious. It's certainly delicious.
You're not eating it; it is stuck in your mouth. It it will be bad for your jaw and your teeth.
Okay, sure. It's just continues eating.
Yeah, it's a,
And I feel horrible, I bet. Yeah. That's my mother. She microwaves her steak when my dad was done cooking them. Right. Yeah. That's the worst meal Leon's ever had, but he was not going to stop early. Right.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think he hung it for about 30 days, and then carved it very thin slices and slow cooked it. We may be okay, but can I? Here you go. There's elk. 100%. I was kind of expecting the bulle to be one of them, but
Yeah.
I burned a spell slot to summon Shavara to keep me company for 10 minutes.
Yeah, Leon like turns, kind of put the shoulder between Shavar and the steak.
I'm really, really sorry. I'm sure he would give you a piece, but we can't find anything that actually cuts through it. I was gonna take out like a little bit of the elk steak that he's been working his way through, and then just like pass it down.
Dan, this your dog thing something like does he need to be fed? Oh, where did he go when he disappeared?
I think maybe inside the statue, because like he sort of turns back into the smoke and then goes back. Just gonna like grab Shavara and just like nuzzle him. Where do you go when you're not around here? I don't know if he needs to eat. He enjoys it though. Look at
Yeah,
that happy face. Look at it.
like Orient will say, I'm sure 100% these teeth not for eating, for munching bones. Give him bone. He might like it. Never
Hmm.
tried?
I suppose there might
Uh,
be
oh
some
no,
left in the galley.
no, Shivar, come with me, and I've got a couple of really good haunch bones that I took out of the meat before I come with me.
by the way, while Orient will take the feet, the feet of the griffin,
Yeah.
and like just to despite Echo, like because Echo taking the dog and said, "Hey," and showing the bone, feet bone.
Oh, so Shavar's like stops and kind of like looks at Echo and then looks at the bone and looks at Echo and looks at the bone and then follows Echo.
Oh, that's interesting and disappointing. I'll put it. I will put the feet. It's your loss.
Even the doggies love me.
Yeah.
Uh, I'll take Shivar down to the galley and pick out a couple of really choice, nice leg bones for him.
Oh, Yeah, she wolfs like she wolfs one down and starts chewing on the other one, and brings it back and sits under Dan's feet for another like 3.5 minutes until she disappears.
If she
Dan,
needs feeding whenever she's around, let me know. I'll keep a store of bones on the side for her.
by the way, Dan, is there more? Can we expect more?
More animals? Maybe.
Dan, my friend. They are not animals. Uh, they are. Yes, you're animal. Yeah, yeah, yes, yeah, yeah.
I don't
It's
know. I would still like to get a mount. Morris was nice, but he was a little bit old, and I think, well, Mercall and the others needed him more than I did.
yeah. The donkey was nice. Next time, let's try to make a griffin mount for you. You'll look cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah,
They can fly.
yeah,
Think how high up I could get. I could look
yeah,
down on everyone.
yeah. Actually, Dan, you don't have to look down. You already can look down on me also. But still, you have Leon. Leon, a little bit big here. But if you said the truth, you might grow bigger than that.
I don't know. Renato was explaining it to me. It's a little unpredictable. I think I finished, but sometimes the process starts back up again after a little while. There's just not a whole lot of information out there about Verdun. We're still new, so I mean, every one of us is discovering it for ourselves along the way.
Yeah, you're right. Like I'm happy that even you're not like you're different from goblins. Like I'm like totally different from these short creature goblins that give God. Oh God. So yeah,
I
I
mean,
believe you are. I feel you are more superior.
I don't know. I'm just different from them,
Mm.
and I
You
don't know
can.
why. I swear there are tall goblins. They're not exactly goblins, but they're like goblins. They're hobgoblins. I wonder if we'll ever meet one of those.
You are better than them, all of them. You can do a lot of things no one can do. You can summon scary hell dog. You can you can summon some weird. I didn't saw that, but I heard the guard said you have skeleton turning like circling around you, and you have your friend. Well, we're gonna talk about that later, but you can do a lot of things. You are superior to all these creatures you said.
I don't know. I don't think it's a matter of superior. I can just do things that are different than what they can do. Like, I couldn't make that moonshine, and Leon seems to enjoy that quite a bit. So that's something that they can do that I can't. And Gall, he stepped in and chose to become the mayor. I don't know if I would have done that.
Because there no one there. Like believe me, there's one human, one person there. I believe he will not have the chance. And you said, as I said, they're never been like responsible to anything. You saw what they did and how they kept that place, and they preferred to live in cave. And I have no problem with creatures living in cave, but
I think a lot
they're
of goblins do that. Like you
you're
said,
different.
there's people who they don't like having goblins around, and so it's easier to just go off and live by yourself. And I guess at some point whoever I was, they found the guy in my head, and then the other guy in my head. And
You have
maybe both of them were just trying to
wait,
help that
wait.
person find a way to not be a goblin anymore, because
Da-
people can be
Dad.
very cruel to goblins.
I will hold shoulder again. Dan's shoulder. Dan. 2. There are 2, not 1.
Yeah, there's the one who lets me do the puppy thing, and then there's the one who helped me get tall.
I have 2. And I have 2. And you believe they are different. They are not the same.
They're different, and they don't always agree, and so I mostly just try to keep them both happy, because they both help me in different ways. I guess technically there's 3 voices in my head, but the third one's just me. Oh, and sometimes Dada too. So I have 4. I have 4 voices in my head. Oh, except when I'm talking to people, because then they can talk inside my head as well. So I guess, theoretically, I have an infinite number of voices in my head. But only 2 of them give me power.
See.
So boring.
So, you've noticed that during your chat, Renata has literally not stopped just staring intently and listening. But several of the other ones have moved away from you in the room and have started to leave the room, conspicuously avoiding your table. Leon is oblivious to this because Leon is still busy trying to tear that piece of meat apart.
And once that meat goes down, Leon's just going to find a piece of the floor somewhere, lay down, and pull his stomach.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be in a swinging hammock after that. So the evening Echo, the captain does not come find you today.
Right. Okay.
You guys go back to sleep in your hut. Anybody doing anything overtly suspicious in the twilight hours?
Yes.
No. I think I
would,
speak
like-
for all of us when I say no.
Yeah, like everyone can tell Dan would want to go and try to talk to Prado again.
Yeah.
But has been schooled by both Echo and Orion to please don't do anything.
But you didn't ask for Leon's advice.
Yeah. So.
Why would we want to do that?
No, I did. I asked Leon for what deck we were on. I
Yeah.
asked him the stuff that
That's
he could
true.
help with.
Yeah. So Orion, what did you decide you wanted to do this evening?
Yeah, I will when everyone's asleep, make sure 100% they're asleep. Orient will wake up, look the board and see how many people and where the nearest one, and he's isolated, far from everyone, and near the near
The edge?
the edge of the ship.
Okay, you find one.
So, from far as I can, I will try to cast fog of cloud
Okay.
near of him. Then I will stealthily come closer to him. Then I will grab him and I will jump both of us under the water, and drowning him and stab him with my dagger.
Okay.
Talking to a door.
Yeah, don't do anything suspicious as I Navy SEAL the shit out of this guy.
Oh.
Okay. Well, give me an attack roll on this poor guy here.
I will not attack him. First, I will grab him and jump.
Yeah, well, you gotta grab him for making an athletics check then.
Okay. Because I am inside the fog and he cannot. Do I take an advantage or normal roll?
No, it's disadvantage because neither one of you can see in here.
But I know where he is because I cast it.
Kinda. That's not to say he didn't move when the fog started moving.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't like. Okay. 9.
And oh, I didn't roll for. I'm sorry, I didn't give it disadvantage. My bad. Yeah, you managed to grab him and jump overboard.
Yeah, jump over and with. I think because I am grabbing him, I have half speed, so
Yeah.
I will drown him.
Well, you both fall at the same rate. Let's just put it that.
No, yeah, but the moment I touch the water,
Mhm.
I will pull him inside the
Yeah.
water.
Oh yeah.
So I am like 15 under the water, and yeah, I start stabbing him to death.
Okay. He's going to try to attack you too.
I believe he have disadvantage because he's underwater. I
Yep.
have a dagger and I have normal roll. So do we start attacking each other?
Yeah. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay.
I mean, you totally surprised him.
So advantage or normal?
Normal.
11.
Yeah, you hit him.
This is the damage.
Yeah. You cut him. He manages to get you with the dagger for 2 points of slashing damage, and then he basically succumbs to his wounds and the seawater.
Yeah. So do I continue or anything? Or?
No, he's dead.
Yeah. So I killed him with the dagger. That's what I meant.
Mhm.
So that and leave him and go back before our ship and make sure there's no
Okay,
one up.
I need you to make me an athletics check to see if you can catch the boat.
Oh, okay. So that's it. 12.
It's not getting away from you, but you're not getting closer.
I have 60 feet for swimming, but okay.
Yeah, well, this
Another,
boat is moving much faster than 60 feet.
Okay, normal.
Yeah.
Okay, this is 17.
Okay, you're closing in on a little bit. You're gonna need to succeed. It's a DC 15. You need 4 of them to catch the boat.
Okay, this is 1, 24, and
So that's 2, 3.
another one. Okay.
Yeah, one more. Nope.
Just one more, mate. Just one more.
All right. So you managed to get on the back of the boat. You are extremely tired. You've been swimming as fast as you possibly can for the past minute and a half. Like, you've been all out, double your moving, using all of your strength to catch this boat. And you realize you probably should have remembered that boats move. And
Not because I remember they said there's no wind, so the.
well,
boat is moving fast.
what? No, it's not moving that fast. It's still moving. It's like
Yeah,
even if I put even if I'm driving 20 miles an hour in a car and I push you out of the car and you spend 30 seconds standing there laying on the ground, you getting up and catching the car still takes you some time. You still have to run to catch it.
Yeah, just I will admit, like I will return even if I get one exhaustion, I have no problem. Return, dry myself, and I will sleep. Return to my cabinet, and
Okay.
before I will close my eye and look. I hope that's satisfied for a few days or more.
Give me. Okay. Just as you start as you're walking back down the stairs, you hear someone shout, "Man overboard!" And there starts to become a clamor of 3 or 4 people looking on both sides to see. Echo and Dan, give me perception checks to see if this wakes you up. Nope, Dan's sleeping like a log.
Me too.
Absolutely conked out. Like,
Yeah, both of you.
It doesn't hurt me more, and I can just see.
Yeah. The 2 of you are nice and snug out of the cold, cool, salty air. Leon.
Nice, warm, temperature-controlled dome.
Yes. Leon, you make one. You get it at advantage because this is something you've trained for.
Right, I am below deck still.
Huh?
I am still below deck. I'd be sleeping down.
Yeah. But it kind of echoes from one floor, one level of the ship to the other decks because somebody's
Perception at advantage.
Yeah, perception at advantage. You hear what now has become, what now you know is a familiar sound of man overboard.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
where?
up on deck.
Sorry.
Yeah, Orient, what?
Yeah, I mean, did I already in the ship now?
Yeah, you're already on the ship. Yeah, you are here. You were coming back down to get ready to go around the corner and into the thing.
Yeah, like
Echo
casually return into my cabinet.
Yep.
And go close my eye and.
Yeah. And it's
Call for Ebony and tell her. I hope that satisfies you for a few days, because I'm not sure how long I can do that. And remember, we are on a ship.
I was already sated. You did that because you wanted to. You know you did. You enjoy it. I didn't ask for that.
No, you didn't ask. But I did it because I don't wait. I don't want to wait until you ask. And this is a chance to get ready for one. They already have a problem. And
Or you're just going to pick them off one by one, then you guys can just open the door at your leisure with your own ship. Or he just plans on assassinating everybody slowly.
I'm gonna. So is the name of the ship the SSS Demeter? Is this like Dracula's ship coming over something the crew starts disappearing one by one?
No, we are the bad thing happening to this ship. Normally it's the other way around.
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, we can't take you anywhere.
Yeah. And all this time you thought you guys were the heroes when you're actually the villains.
Everybody overboard.
Yeah. No, you don't see anybody.
We have fully joked before that Dan is going to become a lich by the end of this campaign.
Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see anything stopping his progress, to be honest.
yeah, so Orient will casually return to his cabinet and put like after talking to Ebony a little, and he put his dagger, like sleeping, like while holding his dagger.
Yeah, you guys spend Leon. You guys spend like a half an hour, and they're like, "There's nothing." They do a head check, and it's Tiny that went overboard.
Oh no, poor Tiny.
Yeah.
Leon spends the rest of the night consoling the crew and grieving over it.
Yeah, so the rest of the night goes uneventful, unless Orient wants to murder somebody else while he's sleeping. The next 3 days will go exactly as the last one has. The captain does not come out of his cabin. He does not entertain visitors. The crew goes about their normal stuff. If there's anything you want to get done in the next 3 days, please let me know.
Does Leon think
No,
that the captain to not show his face at all for days on end,
It's a little unusual.
but not like shockingly unusual?
Not shocking. I mean, they're at the end of a long voyage. He might just be doing logs and paperwork and just, generally doesn't want to be bothered.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
not unheard of for the captain to spend a day or two. 3 days seems a little much, but this isn't your ship, so.
Yeah, I guess maybe near the end of the day, if anybody wants to do anything else beforehand, Leon would maybe try to bring that conversation up with first mate.
Orient will ask just Leon about, because Orient know about that Leon know about ships and he worked there, and like going to Leon and ask him, is that normal for a captain to stay inside his room for many days, not showing himself?
And I'll tell Orient everything the DM just told me.
Then
Yeah, Echo and Dan, you guys have any extracurricular activities that you would like to perform over the next 3 days?
no. However, what I would like to do is just, if I know it's the day that we're pulling into port, I'm going to suggest that Dan try and have another conversation with Prego and find out a little bit more information before we disembark and come back.
Yeah, Dan was pretty inclined towards that plan already and wanted to check back in because he did kind of promise that he would do that. So,
Well, it's 3 days. It's been a total of 4 days. And Leon, as you start to worry or get concerned, you manage to find the first mate.
Yeah. So hey, what's up with your captain? I mean, I haven't seen him in days. Is that normal for him?
Yeah, he does that sometimes. A lot of times he's doing, paperwork, or he's trying to figure out where we're going and, what we're doing next, or maybe he's filling out the paperwork for make sure we get paid properly, or, there's a lot of people. There's a few people that, aren't going to get paid, so maybe he's got to redo the payroll sheet because they're not with us anymore, or who knows. He does it every now and then, but not too often. I mean, 3 days seems like a really long time, but...
I mean, somebody's checking on him, right? He's okay in there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he answers... I mean, he takes his meals, but, that's what he's got us for. He tells us what to do, and we do it, so... Not like he's got anything else to do unless we run across another ship or something.
Yeah. Any clue what happened to Tiny? I mean, that's just so random.
Well, there was that big fog bank everybody said we went through, so maybe he was trying to peer over. Maybe he was walking, or maybe he was tying something off and slipped and fell or something. But nobody heard him.
Yeah, is that kind of what happened to the old cook as well? Just kind of.
Oh no! That was not an accident.
What happened with him?
He died.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, what's the circumstances? I mean, there's a lot of people dying on their ship, man.
Well, he died because he let's say he did something on the ship that you're not supposed to do on a ship.
He pooped on the poop deck.
No.
Yeah.
The question.
I've learned that's a no-no.
Yeah, yes, that's definitely a no-no. But everybody tries it at least once. That's just a thing.
You got to.
Yeah. No, he questioned the captain's orders.
Oh, okay. I mean, must have been persistent to merit that.
Oh, well, he did it publicly in front of all the men.
I guess it's a bit harsh, but I guess you can't can't fault the captain for that.
Well, I mean,
Does Leon not think that's excessive punishment?
yeah, I mean, Leon's moral center would think that that's Leon's moral character would think that that's a tad excessive. But again, not unheard of on some.
Right, it's within the captain's rights, but
It's well within the captain's rights, but you don't ever recall anybody ever doing that. But you know, again, your memory is clouded at best. So,
well,
it does seem to happen more on pirate ships than it does on normal ships.
right. Yeah, you'd expect that on a pirate ship.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's hoping we make it into port without anybody else going over the side.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing. Dan, end of the third night going into the fourth day, you wanted to sneak back and talk to Brago.
Yep, just to like check in, give him the update of like, we're going to be making it into port soon, so they're probably going to try to come down here and take you out. I don't know entirely what we're going to do yet, but we're going to do something to try to help you.
Chains hurt. Magic keeps me weak.
Okay, I'm going to roll a wisdom save because it's something that Dan would want to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's an incredibly bad idea.
Go ahead! Or you can just do it. I'm all for you just doing it.
Wait,
I'm not.
Orion plan. No, wait.
Like
Orion
Dad's
plan,
hand
we
is
do something
going
plan.
towards the thieves' tools to start picking the lock, and then he like sees the runes. Once again, I remember there was a warning there, and it's just like, I'm sorry that I can't be there now, but once I am, I promise that I will break you out of there, and I will do what I can to patch you up and make sure that any injuries you've sustained during this journey, that I fix them however I can.
If I get free, I will crush those that captured me and brought me here.
I understand why you would want to do that, but in the interest of your freedom and escape, it might be necessary for us to run, to break you out quickly and get away before they have time to react. But that's just my advice.
That is probably wise. I will wait. Thank you.
I'm sorry that I couldn't do more.
All right, the fourth day rolls around. Leon, give me another watercraft roll, please.
All right, wisdom plus
Proficiency.
4. Yeah, 3 plus
1. Something's not quite right.
1. Okay. With the ship itself or with our route?
With your route. By this time, you should be close to land. Like, most people don't go way out into the water and come straight in.
Yeah.
You know, you start making your way as close to land as you can and come along the shoreline. You haven't noticed land in like 2 days.
All right, I'll bring that up to Dan. And hey, Dan, do you wanna ask your wizard friend on the staff if she knows anything about this? I'll talk to the first mate, but I think we should be closer to land at this point.
I guess maybe if the weather's been bad, it might take longer. They did say that it can be a little unpredictable like that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know,
I just expect to see land at this point. But yeah, I'll go talk to the first mate if you want to talk to her.
you seem to know the crew really well. Do you know if there's a navigator aboard, or if that's something that the captain does himself?
Would Leon know that?
You would know. There's no navigator. The captain is doing it himself.
Okay. I'll relay that to Dan. But yeah, then I'd go ask the first mate about it. It's like, hey, do you know our schedule? When we expect to make landfall? We expect to see a shoreline by now.
Oh yeah. Well, you can't get too close. Coming around the edge of the coast, there's a bunch of rocks and stuff, and the wind gets kind of wonky. You could turn you around real bad and send you in sideways. So you have to come out and around the edge of it.
Does Leon believe what he is telling me?
I'm gonna make an insight check. Nope, not a bit.
Okay. But Leon has no clue why this guy would lie. So I guess I'll play dumb and I'll just bring that information back to the rest of my group.
Well, give me another wisdom check. Just a straight wisdom. Yeah, 10 is all you need. It's been brought up a couple of times that maybe this is not exactly, and you've thought about this, that maybe they're not exactly privateers. Maybe they're a little more on the shady side.
Yeah.
And your instinct is, the more questions you ask, the more it becomes more and more shady, right? Like the whole captain killing a guy for disagreeing with him, and the captain not coming out for like 4 days, and
Questionable navigation choices.
And things like that. And now with him lying to you, you're just like, things.
That's it. I'll get the group together. And
Things are kind of hink. Something's fishy in Denmark.
Right. So yeah, I'll tell the other three.
Tell them what?
Guys, something's wrong, guys. And I'll list out the things you just listed off: the navigation, the lies, the captain, the quick trigger on killing the old cook. Don't think these are necessarily merchants or privateers. I think
I think they're smugglers.
they're acting a bit strange, and now they're lying about our course and our destination.
I think they're smugglers, and I think that they're smuggling exotic animals or creatures or beasts.
Yeah, they are not shady. Let's just go
No,
with the...
they are.
No. I know Orion. I think Orion was being a little sarcastic and condescending about you guys. Like, no, they're fine. And Orion's like, no, we don't need to go with you guys. We'll walk. And now it's, no, they're not shady at all, are they?
That's not how Leon recalls that.
No, Leon doesn't remember that conversation at all, does he?
It's cut weeks off our journey, and if I have to bitch slap the captain, then I'll do it.
First, the cook died, and the second person who died a few days ago, and they doesn't care. Isn't that obvious?
Yes, which is why I want to get the fuck off this boat without causing a problem.
So the question is, what do we do?
We wait until we dock, we get the fuck off the boat, and then we make a decision as to whether or not we're coming back to help out Prago, and if we are, what the plan is.
It isn't a decision as far as I'm concerned. I'll do it alone if I have to.
Leon's saying that we should be seeing at least some land for a few days, but we didn't see any land, and we're not sure what's going on here. And there's nothing we can do.
Okay, well, when are we expecting to make port?
When would we have expected that?
Close to now. Even with the quote unquote slow wind.
Okay.
By now, yeah.
In which case, we'll give it one more day, and in the morning, the captain and I will be having a conversation whether he likes it or not.
But if you go, you need to go with Leon. If you go all of us, it will be a
Yeah.
little bit more hostile.
No, that's fine. Leon, I'm more than happy for Leon to accompany me.
Okay, so we want to do that in the morning.
Yeah, we'll do that in the morning after breakfast, and I will go at the night before. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to go back up to the guy who was standing outside the captain's door
Mm-hmm.
and say, "I appreciate the captain's busy. However, he's been locked away for quite a long time now, and I really do need to have a conversation with him. I suggest that you please tell him that it's become important that I have a word.
Okay.
Thank you." And I'll go back. And if he doesn't take the chance to speak to me like around about dinner time, then Leon and I will go back in the morning.
Nope, he does not appear.
Okay. Right.
By the way, Orient will try to pick another one at night, but he will use different tactic. So, yeah,
Jesus Christ.
don't look to me like that.
I didn't even tell you that you're hungry.
Dude, wait until he takes. Okay, I can't say that because my character doesn't know this. But you don't have to cut. You don't have to turn into Ted Bundy just because you've got a
He's not
dagger.
turning to the Tandy, and he's not using just for dagger. And there reason for him to do, but if okay, I will not do it.
What? No. You want to do it? That's fine. I'm totally okay with it.
No, if the player does, like, I'm not doing that. It's not first. I'm not doing that. I want to kill everyone, and like if I want to kill everyone, I will do it every night. But I didn't want to do it. But at night, that night, especially the night that Leon, and Echo will next day will talk to the captain.
He wants to have one less person he has to fight, is what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's like, if a fight breaks out, that's one less dude we got to fight later. As he dumps a body overboard.
Echo's in no position to be making serial killer jokes because there's one member of this party that has skin in the bag of holding.
So
Excuse me. I didn't kill that beast, and I don't make it a
That makes it better. You outsource your serial killer.
Yes. She's
like every other civilized human being.
Orient, just give me a stealth check.
okay.
Yeah, Leon will move up to the tiny dome for this night.
Okay. Yeah, you ambush a poor bastard.
The same situation, like, but before that, this time I will, before I go to him, I will see the nearest one at him and cast fog of. This time I will not blind the person I'm gonna attack.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blind the nearest one of him to make sure he cannot see anything. That moment I take one, I jump, like pull him in the water and finish him off.
Okay. You're gonna do it quick this time?
Yeah, like pulling him, killing him, and go. This time I will, and make sure that no one sees us and return to the bed like nothing happened. But I will make sure where the position of these people or these character it is before I do anything.
Yep. Some of the most useless lookouts ever.
Leon's been slipping them some goblin wine.
He must have, because I've rolled one digit higher than a 10 on 8 rolls.
Oh
I mean, granted, they get a +0, but still, statistically speaking.
Averages should be above it.
Yeah, the average should be above a 6. They got a 3 and a 6. One of them's asleep.
So yeah, Orient will take one of them.
Yeah.
Done with return to the bed like nothing happened and go back and sleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You sure do.
And
The next morning you get up. You notice there are cries of another lost sailor. And this lookout here is adamantly telling everybody at breakfast he swears that he saw a sea witch a couple of days ago and nobody believed him. And now there's 2 guys that have been drowned and they're gone. They're just sucked off. It's got to be the sea witch. I'm telling you, I'm gonna stay up. And he's like, he grabs his breakfast. I'm going back up in the roost, and I ain't coming down till we get to our camp. And he gets up and starts. And heads back up to the crow's nest with his food.
All right, let's go talk to the captain.
I wake up, put my armor, take my shield,
Yeah.
taking my dagger.
Yeah, well, you guys are already at breakfast, so I assume you do all that. You guys are at breakfast, so you're going to go talk to the captain. This guy's standing out in front again. What do you want?
Hey, friend. There's some stuff going on. We need to talk to the captain.
The captain's busy.
Somebody else disappeared last night. Has anybody told you that yet?
No.
Yeah, that's 2 in the last 3 nights that have mysteriously disappeared.
Oh.
Go talk to the first mate. He's obviously not relaying information.
Okay. Just a second. He turns and he knocks on the door. Like he's been standing like 2 feet away from the door, like so you guys don't get close to it. And he's like, "Hold on a second." And he leans up to the door and, Captain, that lion guy wants to talk to you. And you hear, "Go away." He says, "Go away."
Is there anybody else around us?
Nope.
I'm grabbing that guy by the neck and kicking the door in.
Okay. You're totally catching by surprise. Make an athletics check. He is not expecting you to just snatch him up. Yeah, you snatch him up, and now give me another one to kick open the door. Echo, you're there with him?
Yes.
Yeah, Echo's coming with me.
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting him to do that, but we're gonna roll with it.
One of the reason I send Leon with you.
Yeah, you guys chose Leon to be here.
Hmm?
Leon wants to talk to the captain. They weren't going to let him talk to the captain.
Yeah, it's yours.
Leon will do what Leon do.
All right, Leon, you kick the door and it doesn't give.
Okay. Damn.
And now
I'm gonna.
you have now there's another one. We will let's do this here. Let's move everybody out of the way real quick. So I can basically give you guys the room down here. We'll call this the doorway.
Oh Christ!
Get you guys out of the way here. Captain in his room. This guy that Leon has a hold of at the moment. And then one of these deckhands comes down. It happens to come out of one of the rooms. Like, oh, what's going on?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
What? Did he make a joke about your mom again?
He did. It was very disrespectful this time.
Okay, just don't kill him, because it's his turn for swabbing duty this afternoon, and I'm next.
He'll be
So,
there to swab.
huh?
He'll be there to swab.
Okay. And head back upstairs.
All right, I'll pin this guy prone and search him for a key.
Make another athletics check, and he's going to try to get free. He probably will not succeed, but nope, he does not.
All right, got him pinned to the ground.
He's
Probably
like-
move my hand over his mouth at this point.
Yeah.
Searching him for a key.
No keys.
I'll search for a key whilst you're pinning him down and keeping him
Yeah.
quiet.
There's no key.
It's magically sealed. I think we should.
You guys didn't try to open the door. Leon just kicked it. Like he didn't try to turn the door handle. like yeah.
Leon assumes it's locked.
Yes.
I'm going to knock on the door and say, Captain,
Go away.
I think it's rather important that we speak. Please open the door.
Go away.
Does the inflection ever sound like it's changing when he says "go away"?
Nope.
I'm extremely concerned about the safety of the captain. I think we should get the door down.
I will lift the guy back up. I will grab his face and look in his eyes and say, I'm getting this door open. I might have to use your head to get it open, unless you can suggest a different way.
I like your negotiating tactics.
I've uncovered his mouth.
Yeah, but you still have him by the throat. That's
Okay, I'll let him speak.
There's no key. He locks it from the inside. Comes out. We knock and put the food in, and I don't know.
I slam his head against the door.
Ow. Okay. Make an athletics check and add +2 for using his head.
14.
14. Yeah, it kind of gives a little bit. Not as much as his head did, but it's a sturdy door.
All right. Hopefully this guy's head is sturdy as well. One more time.
Okay.
Oh god.
What's your strength bonus?
My strength is +4.
Okay. All right. So the door comes loose. And so this guy's head.
Yeah.
Um,
He wasn't being very cooperative.
The first one kind of knocked him out. The second one, you see his orbital bone kind of shatter as you smash him up against the door the second time.
Dan happens to be like walking in this general direction and has like just caught like the tail end of what's happening. Comes like rushing over and is like glaring at Leon and Echo. You opened a door without me?
Yeah.
No.
And then gonna reach down and touch this guy and use lay on hands.
Okay.
Just instinctively has that urge to, the same way that urge came upon Dan hearing that Brago was complaining about like the
Right.
chains chasing and hurting. Just gonna reach out and pour some points of healing energy into him to like hopefully avoid brain damage.
A question for the DM. Is there any stairs near the door?
No. So you see Dan reaches down, kind of puts his hands close to the guy's chest and head, and you see that same kind of flame kind of arise over his hands and kind of pour over this guy's body as you see it start to heal. How much are you doing, Dan?
2 points.
2 points. 2 whole points.
He's still alive.
Well, he's not dead now.
I'll slide his body into the room.
The door is... Oh, well, here, let me give you a description of the room here. Because there was no good captain's quarters picture. I mean, I was really upset about that. And I didn't want to take the time to build one offhanded. As the door comes open, you see the captain sitting behind his desk. Let's give the picture here so you guys can see what he looks like. That's the captain. Except for the fact there's no skin on his body.
Where'd your skin go?
The rest of the room looks like a cross between a captain's quarters and a shrine to some evil beast.
Dan.
Go away. His mouth isn't moving when it's coming from the captain, but you don't see his mouth moving, which is incredibly unnerving considering he doesn't have any lips.
Yeah, sorry, not happening. And I'm stepping inside the room.
I'll go in right behind you.
Okay. Where did I put Dan? Dan's over here. Dan is here. This guy gets the corner. You're in the room. We'll call everything from this line. Well, let me.
I would have drugged that guy in with me.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay. So, wrong thing. Everything from this line to where the captain is the room.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so you drug this guy in with you,
Yeah.
and then slumped him against the floor.
Yeah, I guess once I get him out of view from the hallway.
Yeah.
Swing him against the wall.
Dan, are you going in the room too?
Yeah, Dan's gonna like follow him behind, and when Leon sort of prompts, is gonna like, be looking around for any obvious like religious iconography or holy symbol, and just like reach out to Valshia in his head and be like, "Do you know who this might be?"
Okay, give me a perception check. See if you see one. Okay, you see one. Now give me a religion check and add +2.
8.
You get no answer.
It's probably not yeah, him up here, but probably some kind of god, or maybe something godlike.
Go away.
What's going on? Where are we going? He's just not
That's what you heard.
Is there anything on that? Is there a desk in front of him or anything?
Yeah, there's a desk.
Any ledgers or journals?
Yeah, there's plenty of papers and a book open and stuff, but you guys are like 10, 12 feet, you're 15 feet away from it. Like, it's a big cabin.
I'll step forward enough so I can start taking a look. Just see. Leon's trying to get a reaction out of him.
So, Leon, when you get about 10 feet away from the desk, so you move about 5-10 feet closer, the captain stands, and you see this ghostly apparition kind of shoot away from him towards you.
Okay. I'd try to jump out of the way if I can.
All right, make a dexterity save. You manage to get almost completely out of the way, but part of it does brush up against you. It kind of has that ghostly image like the twins from the second Matrix movie.
Gotcha.
And you feel this cold brush up against your arm, and you take 5 points of cold damage.
All right. How does the captain look after this thing's come at me?
He still looks the same, but he's standing now. And this thing is now. Let me give you a token to use in its place, which we will use as.
So it was the captain that came at me, or what came at me?
No, it was a ghostly figure.
Okay, that came from the captain.
Yeah. We'll use this. We'll use this?
Echo, if I could borrow the skin from the bag of holding, I could try to patch it onto this guy, although I don't know if I have enough healing in me to make that work.
Yeah, it passed right through you and ended up here.
Well, it did ouchie damage to me, so Leon only reacts in one way. He's gonna attack that thing.
All right, let's roll for some initiative. And I lost Dan again. So I lose Dan. There's Dan.
Damn.
Question for them: do you believe that Orange will be near of them or
Um,
far?
You knew we were gonna be talking to him.
I know that Leon and Echo, not Dan, because believe I said
Oh,
Dan
wait.
will be with me.
Why is... Okay. Yeah, Leon, you will be 3 turns away. Because you did not want to be with them. But right now you're
Leon
kind
or
of...
Orient?
Huh?
You said Leon. Leon or
I'm
Orient?
sorry, Orient. Orient, you're about 3 turns away.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not easy to navigate through here, and while you do have a fairly decent idea of, you know, you were on your way there because you assumed that something bad would happen because you sent Leon, right?
Yeah, I sent Leon and
Actually, I think you'd be actually 2 turns away. I think because you know that. Didn't you roll initiative?
Yeah.
Oh, not yet. Sorry.
Oh, Dan, you'd be healed by now. Sorry. You'd have in your...
do I roll initiative and leave it?
No, just wait. Sorry.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry about that, Dan. You'd be all healed up. So we begin combat. Echo, you see this ghostly apparition move through Leon, and it leaves kind of a frosty trail along the ground, and then you see it brush up against Leon. You see some cold mist form along his fur, and it seems like it's moving this direction, but it does. You can't tell if it's going to keep moving or turn around and come back at you.
Right. And asked me for skin.
Yeah.
So I'm going to reach in the bag of holding, pull out one of the rolled up pieces of leather, well, pre-tanned hide leather.
Yeah.
Give it to him. I'm going to bamf.
Okay.
Step 30 foot onto the deck and start frantically looking for Orient.
You cannot teleport up or down through floors because it's a area you can see within 30 feet.
Right. Okay. In which case
You can get down the hallway.
I'm going to make. That'll do.
Yeah, you can definitely get down the hallway.
And then I'm going to use the rest of my movement to
Run towards.
start looking for. Yeah,
Okay.
to run forwards and look for Orient.
Okay. Sounds good. Leon.
I'm attacking the apparition that hit me.
All right. Go ahead. That's a miss.
Swing again.
All right. Uh, 15. Okay. Why is it rerolling less than 3?
That's the great weapon fighting.
Oh, that's okay. Sure. Sounds good. I just wanted to, like, I hadn't seen that, but wasn't paying attention before.
I assume that's how it works. I haven't tested it out yet because I didn't want to spam chat or something.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming that works. I'll call it okay.
I'll be checking as I'm rolling until I see that it does work.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, you hit it fairly decently, but doesn't seem like it had much effect on it.
All right, I will. Dan's the only one in here, so it does it. I can't hurt it. Then in the turn.
This thing turns and moves back to the captain, passing through you, Leon.
Did I get an opportunity attack?
You get an opportunity attack, but first you need to make me a dex save.
Okay, dex save.
Oh, nice. You only take half of this. So you take 3 points of cold damage. And you can take your opportunity attack. That'll hit.
I'm gonna roll damage a couple more times, make sure it's actually rolling, not just give me a 10 every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah. Seems fine to me. Yeah, Leon, you hit it, and again, like, you know you did some damage, but it is not nearly as much as you should be doing.
Okay.
Does it make a difference that Leon's glaive is magical?
It's not magical. It's just mastercrafted.
Yep.
Ah, right. Okay, fair enough. It does actually say on the thing that you roll this magic item, this magic weapon. So
Yeah, because you can't.
I just drug in the normal +1.
Yeah, because you can't use because it doesn't have masterwork anymore, but it just
Okay,
it's
fair
weird.
enough.
It's weird. I've always liked masterwork. I keep it, so it's fine. I believe it'd be Dan's turn.
So Dan is going to take the roll of skin that Echo has given. You're going to use a bonus action to activate Form of Dread.
Okay.
So it is 6 temporary hit points.
Mm-hmm.
And then having essentially taken on a very sort of undead appearance, he's gonna like move towards the sort of skeletal figure of the captain and just like unfurl a little bit of this bullet skin and just try to like prise it over like the face and use a point of lay on hands to try to attach the skin.
Okay. Okay. That's a thing. It's not skeletal. It doesn't have any skin. It has all the musculature and the meaty pieces. It's just flayed.
Okay, well that will probably be easier then. It's probably like squishy, like Play-Doh.
Yeah.
Just, like putting this patch of skin and just basically trying to perform a skin graft.
Yes. Yes.
In Hellraiser.
Yes. Hellraiser. Great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Best bad guy of all time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We have such delights to show.
No, he's got the best line of any bad guy in any movie. And I say that being someone who is a moviephile who really loves a lot of movies. But in Hellraiser 2, which is Hellbound, which is my favorite, where he says, "Deceive me once more, child, and your suffering will be legendary, even in hell." And I'm like, yeah, see, so the guy who's in charge of torturing people in hell says you're going to be legendary in hell? Nope, I gotta go. I'm going to find someplace else to be. Thanks for playing. I'm going to go now. Call me when you figure this out, alright? Good on you.
I think another one of my favourite Pinhead lines is when he turns. I think it's in the third one. He turns around to the priest in church, and he says,
"Oh yeah,
God rebukes you." He says, "Do I look like someone who cares what God thinks?"
Yeah, he gets a lot of good lines, but that one is so Dan, you spend 1 point of cure wounds. It seems to have an unintended effect. where this ghastly form that has merged back into him, the face kind of comes out and just goes.
Can Dan just like go back with this form of dread?
It did damage to it instead of healing it. The skin is stuck to it, so now it's got this weird shaped face thing on the captain's body. But yeah, Echo, you managed to move your movement rate down the hallway and run into Orient, coming down the other way.
Orient, we have a problem. Come with me. And I literally just turn around and bolt back in the other direction.
Orient, roll me initiative, please.
Like when she said, "Orient, we have a problem." You don't say so.
You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing when you sent Leon.
All right.
Yeah, I know. That's
Leon!
You don't say.
Leon, buddy.
The two things are now one thing.
Well, you can see it like hovering in around his body. Like, you're not sure if it's possessing him or he's causing it, or...
Oh, sorry, Captain. I'm doing my best to target the apparition,
Okay,
but I don't care that much.
go for it. That's a hit.
What effect does that have? Do I see if I'm damaging one or both, or?
You're just damaging the spirit entity at the moment.
Okay, then do it again.
That's a hit. Well, at least you're consistent.
Does it look like still doing not a lot of damage?
Yeah, not a lot. Like,
but can I see that it's having an effect on it though?
yeah, it's having an effect. Like, it reacts when you hit it. Just not this. Like, you're hitting it, and like if you'd have put these same kind of 4 or 5 hits into a normal creature, they'd be bleeding profusely and be wanting to stop fighting you right now. This thing looks not phased. Like,
all right, that probably frustrates Leon enough for an action surge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'll roll both at the beginning. Attack.
Both hit.
Oh, God, I'm doing a lot of damage.
You are.
Okay, so yeah, that first one at damage roll, it did work on that reroll.
Yeah, reroll both of them.
It did. Cool. Hey, I like that fighting style.
Now you seem to put a little bit more into it. I guess starting to look a little ragged now.
All right, end of turn.
It's turn. I get the right one here. Sorry.
I'm not seeing Dan on the map.
Dan's right here.
Yeah, it's not showing up for me.
Me either.
Really? Oh, I know why. Because Dan's hidden.
Crit stealth.
Yeah, crit stealth. Yeah, perma stealth. Dan is right here.
Okay. I might just step on his toes or something.
Yeah. Dan, this thing moves to go pass through you this time. I need you to make me a dex save, please.
Is it trigger attack from you, Leon?
Yes. So Leon does another. And Leon interrupted me. Dan, you take 4 points of cold damage as this passes through you. And you hear, because you're telepathic, you hear in your head, "Foul worshipper of Valshiar, Be gone from this place. Dan, it's your turn.
What are you? And Dan's gonna like reach out with this sort of inquisitive question and just try to, in that same way that he like calls on his patron for the ability to read writing or to speak to animals, calls out to the other voice in his head and uses divine sense for the first time. To
Okay.
take a look at the spirit and try to determine what exactly it is.
Can you pop Divine Sense in the chat for me? Slash open your undead. Ah, yes. Oh, goody. Dan, what happens is as you reach out, you get this horrible sense of dread and this pungent, rotting flesh scent just permeates your nose like it's emanating from everywhere. The thing in front of you is not there. It does not register. The thing behind you, where the captain is, registers as an undead. And the area you are standing in has been desecrated. So you're standing in unholy ground.
Can't quite figure out what you are. But if you hate Val'Shiar, then maybe I can hurt you. And Dan's gonna reach for his quarterstaff and activate Grim Scythe to set up to attack next turn.
Okay. Orient. Sir, you make it to...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You make it to the doorway, to where you can now see the spirit-looking thing over here in the corner by Dan. You can see Dan in his scary undeath visage. You see the captain, who is missing all of his skin except for a piece of boulet leather that's squished to his face. And you see Leon, who looks really, really frustrated.
Like, I will look to Dan. You didn't have to skin him. Well,
Because that's the first thing he thinks. He runs, like, Echo runs up and goes, something really bad has happened. And he runs in and there's the captain with no skin, and the first thing he's like, Dan?
I saw a guy whose face fell off and I was trying to heal him. Is skinning a guy so bad?
Skinning is
Not
doing
with-
what you want to.
like, not when he's alive. Wait until he's dead, please.
Oh, he's dead. He's undead.
Oh. Oh. I will close my eye.
Um.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, your turn was to get here, so you can see all that. Why are you hidden?
I don't know.
That stupid stealth roll. That something's weird. If you make a stealth roll, you just stay permanently hidden for some dumb reason.
But did I dash when I reach this place or what?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I dash, I will use a bonus action and turn to Leon. and tell him, hit him with all you got, and I will give him 4 dice of leadership.
Okay.
And I will end my turn.
Echo. You managed to run almost back to the door.
Okay. If that's the rest of my movement, then
Yeah.
I'm gonna move back into the cabin. And then I'm.
Well, no, This
going
is the end of your double move because
Okay.
you guys were both a double move
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
But you
Okay.
cheated. You cheated because you missed except the first 30 feet.
Okay. In which case, I will end my turn there. Then I'm just dashing back to the cabin.
Yeah. Leon.
Step forward, going after the operation still. So the captain himself has not made a hostile move yet, has he?
Not technically, no.
Yeah, it's all been through the operation.
Yeah.
So that's who Leon's targeting.
Go for it.
I'll try to a bell ringer on this one.
Okay.
That's a con save DC 15.
It has no effect.
Okay.
But you can roll for damage.
Yeah. By the way, don't forget to roll 4d4. I think so. 4d4.
All of them go on one.
Yeah. Level 4. Yeah. Roll them, all of them. 4d4.
Then extra attack. Since bell ringer didn't work, I'll use my what's the other one called? The Masterful Strike.
Okay.
So that hits. So I have 2d or 3d6 to add to damage.
Yep.
So,
You have to add. You have to say how many you're using before you.
I do.
Yeah.
I think
When
it's
you.
just equal to my. I have number d6 equal to my proficiency bonus.
Oh, it's just a proficiency roll. Oh yeah. Okay.
Let me make sure.
It is. I'm reading it right here.
Okay. So here's normal weapon damage. And there's the 3d6.
As you cleave into it, the apparition disappears.
All right. In turn, as I turn my attention towards the captain.
Okay. The captain. You see the captain kind of lurch forward. Give me 1 second. I have to do something. I have to take the band hammer to somebody. My bad. Hey, at least we're getting, at least we're famous enough to get bots, right? He kind of lurches forward for a second, and then his body just collapses on his desk. About a split second after that, I need everybody in the room, including this poor guy, to make me a Constitution save, please.
I'm still outside in the room. I did enter.
I think I'm still outside the room, aren't I?
You're outside. Orient, you are not inside the blast radius. So you guys pass it. This guy fails. This guy dies a horrible, painful death again.
But not Leon's fault.
Nope, definitely not Leon's fault. I mean, he's mostly dead. And each of...
Damage to die instantly, or can Dan run over and try to...
Oh, no, it's instant. He only had the 2 hit points that Dan gave him. He only started with 8. And you will take half of this. Oh, that's not bad. 7 points of necrotic apiece. As the body erupts in a blast of green and yellow ectoplasmic necrotic energy, which strikes all of you and covers the room and does a real bad number on the rest of the room. It's like a wave of force just away from him.
I think Leon's first intention after that would be to see if he can try and save any navigation charts or anything, see where we are.
Yeah, it didn't do damage to the papers and stuff.
Okay, it's
like,
not like it's
like
damaging.
well, yeah, it knocked things around.
Okay.
But it's necrotic energy doesn't really do anything to inanimate objects.
Okay.
A question: can Orient see the temple or the shrine? That
Yeah, where you're standing, yeah, you sure can.
and I will close my eye and pull up my Uppany and said, "Do you recognize?" Like talking to her mind. Do you recognize this one, Uppany?
No. Should I?
Well, we worked in a cult before.
Well,
Didn't
that
we
was
have
just
a little
one.
bit
That
information?
was just one cult.
Yeah, actually, you're right. My apologize. It was a dumb question.
So what are you guys doing? Echo, you managed to approach the room at about the same time as this happens. You see the goo stuff. It's covering everything.
I will go outside
Mhm.
and shout, like, every one of you come here now! And
I was going to
tell
recommend.
me,
Huh? What was that, Robert?
No, I was just saying, I was going to recommend we be quiet, but he went out and he called the whole crew down.
Okay. Well, it's going to take him a couple rounds to get out there.
Yeah. He just killed the captain. They're not going to look kindly on that.
their captain is undead, and their shrine inside the hell's room.
I'm willing to bet they're undead as well.
No, if they're undead, I will find out first.
Okay. Why don't you stand in the doorway and greet them? I'll be in here.
Okay, and I'll go up.
All right. Orient's making his way out. Echo, Dan, what are you guys doing?
I'm staying outside, and I'm going to keep watch to see if any of the crew start coming this way.
A question: the ruckus that did and the explosion, no one heard?
You don't know yet. You've gotten
Yeah,
you've gotten 30 whole feet away from the room.
Yeah, so I'm walking.
Yeah.
until
As soon as when you run into somebody, I'll let you know. I'm just trying to find out what everybody else is doing here real quick.
Yeah.
Echo is standing at the entrance, going, "I'm not going in there." Ugh.
Leon will gather up as much paperwork from the desk.
All right. So Leon, please give me a perception check.
There's ectoplasm in my eyes.
Yeah.
The ectoplasm and fur do not mix.
Dan?
If the rest of the crew are undead, I should be able to do that thing I just did that helps me figure that out. I'll go help Orient. And Dan's gonna scamper off down the hallway.
Okay. So Dan scampers off down the hallway behind Orient. Leon. Yeah, nothing at the moment.
All right, then I'll put that on my to-do list and go follow the others.
Okay. As you go to follow the others, you were hearing the sounds of commotion. Echo, are you also going in tow with the rest of the party?
Yes, I will do.
Okay. You guys are making your way down the hallway. You hear the sounds of commotion from ahead of you, in one of the common rooms, the sleeping quarters. And as you reach that, you see Renata hurling one of her web bolts at what appears to be another undead-looking creature. Not quite like looks kind of like the bony things you guys fought before, but not quite. Like, it's definitely an undead. Like, even Leon can go, that's not right. That's an undead, right? You see her hurl one. It sticks to it, and it sticks it to the wall. And she goes, "What in the world is going on?" And we're gonna end it there.
Oh.
Successful negotiation.
Okay.
Huh? What'd you say, Robert?
A successful negotiation.
Yeah, another successful negotiation for Leon. What happened? I kicked open the door, I killed them. That seems to work just fine for Leon. Like, Leon's really happy about all this.
Well, we were supposed to get in their room, and Liam got us into the room.
Yep.
We're going to the grocery and picking Spencer up.
Okay.
She said you were almost done. I just wanted
Yeah,
to check
I
on you
am.
before we left.
All right. So we're going to end it there on a nice suspenseful note, as you guys are apparently on a ghost ship, or a ship run by ghosts, or undead, or something has gone horribly, horribly wrong in the time you've been on the ship. And now we're going to go to our affirmations, like we always do. And I would like to start with Robert this time. Robert, your favorite Leon moment today?
I had fun during the door, but I'm questioning myself if I played that right, if that's what Leon would do. But I think he was getting really, really fed up with everything.
Yeah.
All these things were starting to ping to him. This isn't right. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right. And then let's talk to the captain and get this done, and then just be stonewalled at every opportunity. Kind of just boiled up for Leon, and his job was to get Echo into that room so she could talk.
He sure did, didn't he?
He did.
David, favorite Leon moment?
I really genuinely liked how much he settled into that role of like being the interface for the party between like the crew, and then sitting down with First Mate Brockner and just sharing the Goblin Moonshine and just getting completely drunk together and like intending it to be a like, I'm gonna bring up the cook and see if I can get information, and just both being too drunk by that point to have it actually go anywhere.
Sai?
I liked. There were a couple of moments actually. I liked how Leon was. He was kind of the first one to sort of suss out that things weren't quite as they seemed, and I kind of like that. It's kind of just. It was just the way it's. You could feel the creeping realization, and then suddenly it was like, okay, yes. And yeah, it became very interesting at that point.
Orient? Or Manam, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I liked Few, and I liked how he persists about munching that meat, the bulle meat. Like, I'm gonna eat that thing, and I'll do it even if it's gonna hurt me. So it was hilarious for me, and Leon is awesome character, but for other character it's easy to read, especially when after a few days that Leon didn't wave his glaive. So,
Yeah.
go ahead in the captain room. No, everything will be okay, and persist that Leon will go with Echo.
My favorite had to be the Leon knowing he's supposed to delegate stuff but refusing to do so. That single-mindedness is like, well, if I can't get it all done, then it couldn't have all got done today anyway, regardless of how many people I had doing it, right? Like, if I can't do it all, nobody could have done it all, even with help, right? That
I'm trying to play like he's task oriented.
Yes.
He sees two things. He sees the task. He sees how to accomplish the task, and that he's a one-way street.
Yeah, and that comes and that little piece right there, which in a lot of times would have been like this little throwaway moment, to me really encapsulates Leon, his mentality there. Manam, favorite Orient moment.
Uh, assassinate. And actually, there are reason, and I'm sorry for the player because sometimes it feels when a player like another character that I'm gonna go kill this person, and for my character, he will not do something. I'm sure you only have a reason. The first time when he killed, it was two things. First, to feed Ebony.
Mm-hmm.
Second, to show off against Ebony that, look, Ebony, I can do it without making a lot of noise. Even if a little bit difficult, but I can do it
Right.
better than your way. And yeah, the way he is trying to control and how to make everything around him and see what's going on. And when, especially when Dan decide that he go and okay, let's make a problem with that. Let's do what the captain didn't tell us to do. And
He's still like, you're gonna get us all thrown off the boat. Where are you at?
yeah, so and I think he bit a little sarcasm against Echo a little bit because, like, I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. These people are like not good.
Sigh.
Yeah.
My favorite Orient moment. There were a couple of. Honestly, it was like, seriously, this guy's just turned into a serial killer. I'm not 100% sure what's going on, but I'm fairly certain it doesn't include Ted Bundy. And it kind of
No. He's a spree killer.
Yeah, he's a spree killer.
Serial killers have like a predictable pattern, whereas
Yeah.
this is just anyone who's convenient, stab.
Fair point. My apologies. Good point.
Yeah, let's not upset the serial killers that are watching, right? It's good. Let's put all our murderers in the right box. David.
I wouldn't want to mix them up and
Yeah.
get them wrong.
Sorry, talk over your start, Si, if you wanted to say anything else. It was just...
No, go ahead.
I really liked the first conversation that Orient had with Ebony, where it was very much like his anger and frustration about, like, you took control of me, and you did that, and it was really sloppy. And it's like, that's gonna get us caught, and we can't afford that. And like, I can't afford for my friends to find out that I'm doing this. And that Ebony had like almost like a tinge of jealousy in like, why do you care so much about these friends of yours? And that Orient was able to like work it back around to like honeyed sweetness. It's like, oh, I don't care about them. I'm just concerned about what would happen to you if they find out what's been happening and they take you away from me, and then you won't get fed. It was just a really neat sort of dynamic that's playing out between them.
Yeah.
Robert.
There's a one small moment we I think it was at the captain's dinner. Said, "Oh, we should be there in about a week." And Orr goes, "I thought you said 3 or 4 days." Oh well. And then he goes up and starts trying to blow the boat.
David, I'm with you. I really enjoyed the 3 conversations that Orient had today. The 3 big ones. The one with Ebony, the one with Dan about look. All right, and he's still trying to teach them, like, look, it's just us up here, okay? If anything goes wrong, they're just going to throw us overboard. I'll be okay. Can you swim? I can. Can you swim? Trying to get that point across, like maybe you should be a tad bit more subtle. And then the argument between Echo and Orient about that, where you can see the tactical versus the impulse. Like Echo does things in a certain way, and so does Orient, and sometimes they don't always align properly. So that clash of wills is always fun for me to see. Speaking of Echo, Sai, your favorite Echo moment?
Um, I kind of enjoyed the bits with where I was kind of speaking. I was speaking to Orient and trying to get him to calm down, and then I was speaking to Dan and trying to get Dan to just, not do anything foolish until we figure out what the hell is going on. And it was the kind of that little interplay I really quite enjoyed.
David?
I loved Echo's like delight at the fact that Dan is now a female. They're just being like, we have to go shopping. I'm gonna get you clothes. I'm gonna get you heels. And just genuinely being there and being supportive and just like, if you need to talk, we can do girl chat now.
Robert?
Yeah, just echo what Dan just said about Echo's been our mother of 3 boys. Now finally has a daughter.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit less boys will be boys.
Orient?
I think that everyone know that Orient will never win an argument with Echo, no matter what he do, because like I enter 3 time arguing with Echo, and he like miserably fails that. He's still not accepting, but he will not say like, "Okay, I'm not with you." No, he will stick with them, and he will follow Echo. And he very scared when Echo turned to Dan and said, "We're gonna go shopping." And Dan, Orion goes to Dan and said, "Be you." And he screw up when he said, "Be you." And I forgot to mention that when Orion tells Dan, "Be you." So yeah,
Yeah, it really did come across during that like discussion where Orient was like making this point of like, I don't see why this is even something that we should care about, and Echo being in like full on eloquence mode and just giving like the best argument, which was basically, if we do nothing, Dan's gonna come up with his own plan and it will be worse than anything we can come up with. That's why we have to do something.
Left to his own devices, Dan's gonna sink the ship.
I just have a fear that if Anne finally completely gets let off the leash and there's no restraint on him whatsoever, that quite bad things could potentially happen. And I'm really trying hard to work to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yes, definitely.
And the other thing is, I'm trying very hard. One of the things that I loved about Dan, especially early on, was his kind of innocence. There's a certain innocence about Dan's character, and I think that kind of Echo wants to try and keep that
Yeah.
with the new Dan, but on the other hand, it's like, I know I've got a doll to play with.
Yeah. I echo David's sentiment about the girl chat. Like, Echo is all in on the oh good, now we can go do this, and Orient's like, just be yourself, Dan, just be yourself, don't listen to Echo, don't, just be yourself. And Echo's like, oh no, we're not gonna have any of that. We're gonna make you a proper lady if it kills me. So David, favorite Dan moment?
It was just Orient giving like that well-intentioned advice of like, just be yourself, and then misinterpreting that with the context of like, okay, well, what's the main thing that I do? The main thing I do is open doors, and there's 2 doors that we've been told we're not allowed to go to, so I guess it's one of those that he wants me to do. So I'll send Dada to scout it out, and then I'll go down there. And the fact that that led to like discovering Prago, and it was just like, in the first episode we had Dan like wake up from the shipwreck and be very like paranoid and concerned about like what if we're escaped slaves.
Yeah.
And so I was just like trying to reincorporate that of like if they're transporting slaves, Dan's not gonna like that. And it's like turns out it's an animal, and I'm like, well, okay, yeah, he's not gonna like that either. Damn it! Now I have to do something.
Oh, shit! I can talk to animals. Fuck. Sai?
My favorite Echo moment wasn't so much a moment that Echo as that Dan had. It was in my own head's reaction to as soon as I heard him start talking to the beast in the cargo hold. I knew that there was zero chance that we were getting off this ship without trying to rescue that animal. There was no chance we were going anywhere or doing anything else other than doing that. And I in my head I was starting to plan in advance. Okay, what do I need to do in order to make sure that we get to where we're needing to go, and then get Dan off the ship so we can at least plan this properly, because otherwise it's going to go tits up really quick.
Manon?
I like when she's scared, when you finish talking to that beast, and when she come back and that crew said, "Sea hag," and she like changed and said up, "I'm sorry, I've been changing, and there are lots of new things." Like it's fun, it's hilarious, and thanks to Dan, like now Orient will be careful when he say anything to Dan, and he will be specific, because it was shocking when Dan said, "You told me." "Yeah, I told you." "Yeah, you told me be you." Think. 1 minute before you do.
I said
Like,
I said be you, but be you more carefully.
Think about the situation. So
Yeah.
like Dan character is awesome. It's like doing what he wants, and I love how he playing this character, and it's fun. And I liked how he tried to return the skin or put skin to the captain, and later on I said,
That was a
wait,
lovely touch as well.
yeah, wait a moment. I feel, oh, he's ended.
Yeah.
Then they don't need a skin.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that one.
Robert?
I very much enjoyed the part where Dan was cataloging the number of voices in his head.
Yes, that was awesome.
Well, there's one. Well, no, two. But well, counting me, there's three, and then there's not a point, and then there's a. I also have to say that one of my favorite. It's kind of a mixed bag, a mix. Orient's reaction to the captain not having any skin is to automatically assume that Dan is the person that did it. Because Orient sent Leon and Echo to go talk to him. As he's coming down, because he knows, I sent Leon, things probably should go check to make sure everything's going. Echo comes running out of the room, down the hallway. Something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Come with me. So he runs down there, and all he sees is the captain with no skin on, and Dan standing there in this visage of undeath. And his first reaction, Dan, why'd you take it? What are you doing? And I can just see Dan going, it wasn't me. Like, he was like that when I got here.
No, Orient's specific wording was like, Dan, you skinned the captain. And Dan was like, yeah, I gave him skin. I skinned the captain.
Yes, that is your party in a nutshell, right there. That is this party. That scene encapsulates everything about this party. Because Leon didn't. Yeah. Leon also was so mad he didn't pay any attention to him. Like Leon was just like, "Give whatever, Orient. I'm gonna hit this thing again." Like, yeah, he doesn't have any skin. Big deal. She hurt me. I'm gonna hit it. So, favorite DM/NPC story moment?
I kind of really liked Prego. Prego's like
It's Brago.
I like Prago.
Brago.
Okay. Anyway, I like the voice. I like the cadence. I like him.
Cool.
I quite enjoy the half orc having a crush on Echo.
Poor guy.
Yeah. That's why Leon just feels so bad for him.
Yeah.
He knows that's not going to happen.
Echo's a heartbreaker.
And Orient come and put more weight on that. So I liked how what's her name? Ranta? I
Renata?
think his
Uh,
name Renata.
Renata.
Yeah, that give eyes to Dan and like kind of like I don't know. Do I like this person who changed by night? So I don't know what kind of feeling she has, but I like how she she sticking with Dan all the time.
I don't know. I think you did like a really good job of getting across that idea of like there's this underlying mystery of that we knew from last episode, like the cook died under kind of shady circumstances, and that like the crew are sort of hush hush about it because it's like, oh, the reason that happened was that he questioned the captain's orders, and so like if some of them know that there's something like not quite going on, they don't feel comfortable talking about it, to the point that even during one of the dinner scenes we had where we were in the galley, it was like, yeah, people aren't sitting at our table, which is partly because like we're weird, and partly because like they don't necessarily want to be associated with us.
Yeah, yes, that reminded me about that. Like it felt they are like a little bit lacking for like their two people die and they still okay. Like people die. Like yeah, like the first one, like this is the reason, one of the reason Orient that he killed person, he wait few days and see like no one talk about it and see him everything return to normal. Hell, I'm gonna make them lose more. And of course, that if anything happened later on that he expected that he will happen, and
Yeah.
but at least we're gonna
Yeah.
fight less
That I
people.
don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. Like,
Yeah.
oh, what? They're sketchy? Who would have thought? Oh, I know. Me! I said it before we got on the fucking boat. I said they were sketchy. I said to leave them alone.
To be fair, brutally murdering your way through them isn't necessarily the best way of proving it.
Hey, everybody has their own technique, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
But I'm not saying Orient doing the right things. That what Orient doing is extremely feel for me as me feel it is wrong and it's bad, but at the same time as Orient mind at the moment that we might get in a fight, we get into trouble later on. Let me pick them at least after a few
Yeah.
days, and if there's something happen, and thanks to Dan that he already picked the fight when he searched the door. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. Blame Dan. Blame Dan for your bloodthirst. That's fine. I see how that is.
No, excuse me. I blame you for putting a locked door on the bloody boat.
What? Me?
Because you knew what was going to happen if you put a locked door on the boat.
The captain just said, "Oh, don't go into the cargo hold."
Yeah,
He
that's
also said don't go in his room. There's a 50-50 chance that you would have gone into the other room. I honestly thought that when Dada poofed, when she went, uh-oh, that you would have gone into the captain's room instead of. But no, Dan's going to head for the cargo hold first.
Well, yeah, because it's like, okay, something happened, so like I don't want to go to that room alone, but like I know the cargo hold potentially has something down there. I know there's like magic, so I can go and get more information, and then like tell the party in the morning and come to a group decision of, are we gonna like. Again, like I think some credit needs to be given to the fact that Dan found a door and was enough to go like, oh, I can't open this because it will activate a glyph of warning.
Yes.
So I'm going to resist the urge.
I'm proud of Dan for, but I can just see Dan making sure that every door is closed in the ship, which is annoying to sailors because you have to open them and then go through the whole, like that is having been on an actual ship in my life, having the hatches closed is a pain in the ass. It is so slow to make your way through a boat. So, yes. But I had great fun, as always. I hope you guys did too. Hope we're viewing. Again, catch us every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be here. Don't forget to check out our sponsors at comicbookworld.com, and you can check out all of our links in the on the link page. They're right below the stream. And don't forget, if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you have a free Twitch Prime subscription, which we would appreciate you use here because, as always, these streams are brought to you by you, the viewer. We appreciate it. And if you're watching this on YouTube later, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you can know when any more of these videos go up. And share them with your friends. That being said, signing off here from the Dark Side of the Moon on the Blue Cheese Room. I'm the Loophole King. This has been Oblivion Unchained, and we will see you next week.
Salute.
Yeah, take care, everyone.